Hi, I'm Abby Rubish, the editor-in-chief.
Are you enjoying our broadcast of Ironmen football?
What about our on-the-spot videos keeping you informed on the students of Normal Community?
Or what we're known for, our inspiring, entertaining, and Are you enjoying our broadcast of Ironmen football?
What about our on-the-spot videos keeping you informed on the students of Normal Community?
Or what we're known for, our inspiring, entertaining, and award-winning stories?
If so, consider supporting us at nchsinkspot.com. On every story, there is a link to donate to the Inkspot's journalistic mission.
Your financial support plays a vital role in enabling the Inkspot to invest in top-tier equipment, maintain memberships in distinguished professional organizations, compete in contests, and attend conventions.
Your generosity is the key to providing us with a truly enriching educational experience.
Thank you.
Community. Kyle Beatty now takes the shotgun snap here as Antonio Montoya joins him, and we're going to have a touchdown for the Ironmen. I think Sierra felt a lot of pressure from the backside as well as Normal Community bringing pressure off the edge. That's going to be blocked this time. The Ironmen block it. Normal Community. Kyle Beatty now takes the shotgun snap here as Antonio Montoya joins him. And we're going to have a touchdown for the Ironmen. I think Sierra felt a lot of pressure from the backside as well as Normal Community bringing pressure off the edge. That's going to be blocked this time. The Ironmen block it. They're going to recover it in the end zone. That's a touchdown for Normal Community. The Ironmen special teams all over the block right there. Snatched out of the air and returned for a touchdown. The Ironmen have their third score of the game.
Yeah, I think that was Cole Morstatter getting off.
Yeah, and it looked like Anton Cassell got the block on that.
We'll call it third down and goal from the 4 here now for the Ironmen. Handoff left side. Davis, he stretched the play to the outside. Tommy down to the 1. Tommy will break the goal line. Touchdown. Tommy Davis is in again. His third touchdown of the night. And Normal Community goes up 27-0.
That gave me flashbacks to Derrick Henry a couple of years ago. He stiff-armed him at the end zone to get that touchdown.
Which is second and goal from the 5 here for Kyle Beatty and Normal Community. 8:16 to go in the second. Thanks for joining us on the Inkspot. As Beatty kept it that time, and Kyle finds the end zone. Touchdown, Ironman. Kyle Beatty goes in from 5 yards out. And with 8:09 to go in the second quarter, Normal Community increases their lead to 34-0. And one of the concerns they're also going to have as the rain continues to come down is going to be the field conditions, not just for this week, but also if there's a home game here next week as well of what the field will look like. This happened a couple years ago against Blue Island Eisenhower, where the Ironmen never got back here to Dick Tharp Field, but certainly the field conditions got worse and worse as the game went on. Tommy Davis now goes around the end. Tommy's broken into the free. Tommy's going to find the end zone again. It's a touchdown for Normal Community. Tommy Davis goes in from 32 yards out. He's got another score for the Ironmen. And right there, Tommy is having a night.
Yes, he is. That is his 4th touchdown of the postseason. 4th touchdown tonight, which is his season high. And it marks his season total up to 21. It seems like the bigger the lead, the more hungry the Ironman defense is. Last week they had 2 safeties. I know they're definitely thinking about a safety right here.
Yeah, they've really gotten after it here now. Sierra in that backfield. First down and 10 now. We'll see if they can. It's bad snap over the head. Trying to get it out of the back of the end zone. It's going to be a safety here. 2 points added on for Normal Community. So another bad snap, and obviously the Normal Community defense has been outstanding. But Argos had some turnovers as well tonight, and it's 43-0 Normal Community here, and we still got 5.5 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Communities hit their
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Dick Tharp Field tonight. It's the second round of the Class 7A IHSA playoffs as the Normal Community Ironmen 10-0 take on the 7-3 Bradley-Bourbonnais Boilermakers. Well, pleasant good evening to you, Joel Swanson, BJ Dumas, Zach Knox-Doyle here from Dick Tharp Field, and boy, we are excited to bring this one to you. The Ironmen got a first-round victory over Argo Summit, a fairly easy victory for the Ironmen. Not so much for Bradley-Bourbonnais. They had to sneak one out against St. Charles North, a very good North Stars team in that one. So the matchup tonight now here, the winner of this game heads to the quarterfinals. We know who they'll be playing. I'll have Zach talk about that here in just a few moments. Before we get to that, though, let's talk about our opponent here tonight. The visitors coming from up north, right by Kankakee, Bradley-Bourbonnais. The Boilermakers will be the opponent for the Ironmen tonight. And BJ Dumas is going to give us a rundown of the Boilermakers. DJ, go ahead.
Yeah, so the Boilermakers are coming in 7-3 overall, coming off a first-round win against St. Charles, that 38-21 victory you were talking about. They coming in 3-2 in conference matchups, and they're third out of 5 in their conference. It was 11-point win differential in regular season, average score of 37-26. All 3 losses were to Lincoln Way. They lost to East, West, and Central. And they're 1-3 against winning teams in the regular season, now 2-3. Their last regular season game was against Lincoln Way Central, where they had a 1-point overtime loss, so they really snuck into the playoffs a little bit. They have 21 playoff appearances and a not so great record all time, so coming against this historic community team is definitely going to be a challenge for them. But they have a great head coach in Mike Cole, and his son Ethan Cole, and Ethan Cole's brother and cousin all play for the same team. So I feel like there's a family dynamic for the Boilermakers tonight. They have a talented offensive line. That was one of the things a lot of the players that I spoke very highly of. They said their offensive line was really talented, really strong, really physical. And they have a great receiver and kick returner in Tyron Bender. He runs a 10.8-second 100-meter dash, a 49-second 400-meter dash, and he's coming to the game with 3 catches, 113 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And defensively, they're really good as well. They have multiple defensive schemes that they play. They play a quad front most of the times, but last game against St. Charles, they ran a 3 front. They had 3 down. And so they can switch it up against specific teams. So we'll see what they do against Community tonight. But overall, I think it's going to be a great game, really physical, really good players. It's going to be great.
Yeah, the North Stars, the team from St. Charles, they played last week, had an outstanding quarterback, a really good passing game. Bradley-Bourbonnais did a really nice job of taking much of that away throughout the contest against the North Stars and advancing here into the second round. If you look at Bradley-Bourbonnais coming in 7-3, the Ironmen 10-0, but don't be deceived. They played an outstanding schedule. BJ talked about their 3 losses, and one of those is to Lincoln Way East. Lincoln Way East probably one of the top 5 teams in the state in any class. They lost to Lincoln Way West. They lost to Lincoln Way Central. Those are all very, very good teams. The game against Lincoln Way Central, highly competitive, a 1-point loss, as BJ mentioned. Well, Zach, it's been a banner season for the Ironmen, no doubt about it. 10-0 coming in here tonight. Why don't you give us a rundown of what Normal Community is looking for from this contest?
Yeah, so that undefeated season has a lot to do with their great defense. They've only given up 72 points over 10 games, and the last 4 games have been shutouts. 5 of the last 6 games have been shutouts. Their defense has been led by a strong defensive line and Dexter Kneecap as well. I think on offense, they started off the season, they were passing a lot. Kyle Beatty had 14 passing touchdowns in the first 5 weeks. But now it's been the Tommy Davis show. He's had 14 rushing touchdowns in the last 5 weeks, including a season high 4 last week. The keys to the game, Dringwood said, keeping emotions in check, minimizing penalties, and getting the ball to the playmakers while not allowing their receivers to make big plays like 5'8" wide receiver Tiny Bender, who's very speedy, had 2 touchdowns last week and over 100 yards.
And they'll have to keep him in front of them throughout the evening. Well, we had a chance to catch up with the head coach of the Normal Community Ironmen, Coach Jason Drengwitz, earlier this week. Let's hear what Coach Drengwitz had to say about tonight's ball game. Well, Coach, congratulations on your round 1 win. Kind of give us your overall impressions of what happened Friday night.
Well, I think Friday night, I know I say this probably a lot every time we talk, I think Friday night was a direct result of the type of practice week that we had. I think we had a really good week of practice in all three phases, and that showed up on Friday night. I felt like we really handled the conditions well. Considering how wet, rainy, and muddy it was, we didn't turn the ball over, and we took advantage of some of the mistakes that they made. Defensively, we continued to play lights out on that side of the ball and really didn't give them an inch to breathe. We made plays on special teams, and offensively, even though we were, kind of with one hand tied behind our back because we couldn't throw the football, we were really able to effectively run the football. Tommy had an outstanding night, and he's a special guy with the ball in his hand, but our guys up front did an excellent job, as did our receivers blocking downfield. So I think when you practice right, you handle conditions, you don't turn the ball over, you're dominating on defense and special teams, and you can run the football. That's usually a good formula to win anytime, but especially in the postseason.
Talk about game planning for weather conditions, because obviously as we get into November in Illinois, the weather turns worse as we go forward. How does that work? Is that kind of a day-to-day thing, or is that something that's kind of worked in throughout the weeks and the preparation for the season?
So I'm probably maybe a little bit unique when it comes to this way. I would rather have a good day of practice than a bad day of practice due to conditions, because it might be like that on Friday or on a Saturday. So we were outside in dry conditions all week. It didn't rain. It wasn't wet. It wasn't muddy. We were able to practice fine. And Thursday, when our typical run-through day, when it was raining and pouring, we decided to stay inside so we could get some things done. I think you just got to be talking to your guys. The messaging is, hey, no matter what the conditions are, we're going to be ready to play. And we're going to step back. We're going to have a game plan in place to execute if the conditions are poor and we can't throw the ball. So in our back pocket, we have a solid running game, but we also have the ability to snap it directly to running backs to get them the ball going downhill to take advantage of, but counteract the negative weather conditions. So it does factor in, but we don't create bad weather at practice to be ready for bad weather in a game. I don't know if that's wrong, but I just feel like, and I think our staff feels this way, we'd rather have a good day inside than a bad day outside in the rain.
Early in the game, you had a fourth down situation. You were in their own territory, decided to punt the football. Does some of that field conditions, weather, does that come into play a little bit in making those types of decisions, or just you have an outstanding defense as well?
I think all of those wasn't super. I think it was probably like 4th and 5 or something like that. So not super confident in those conditions that we can get that. Our kids would probably disagree as they wanted to go for it, which is a good thing. But when we're able to snap and punt like we are, and we can pin a team back in those conditions and let our defense go to work and hopefully give us the ball in a short field, we're probably going to err on that side most times. I think even if the conditions had been nice, we still would have done the exact same thing and punted it and allowed our defense to go out and play.
Bradley-Bourbonnais comes in the 16th seed, taking on the 1 seed. Last week, it was their first playoff win since 2016. What advantage does being the underdog have in motivating a team coming into week 11?
Meaning from their perspective? Well, I think when you feel like you're the underdog, you can take on kind of it's us against the world mindset perspective that no one's given you a chance to win. I don't know that they probably consider themselves an underdog just because of who they are, who they played, and who they beat. I do think it puts a little chip on your shoulder, but I also feel like we kind of have a little bit of that chip on our shoulder just because I think a lot of the comments and grumbling, not that we worry about it, is that maybe we're not worthy of being the seed that we are, even though it's purely an objective seeding that doesn't take anything into consideration. So I'm sure they're going to play that up and use that to their advantage, but if you watch them on film and seen them play, they're a really talented team in all three phases, well coached with dynamic players. So we're not looking at them like we're playing some super underdog that's playing us. We're looking at them at a very formidable opponent that's going to be a really big challenge to beat on Saturday.
In an interview with the Daily Journal, Bradley's quarterback talked about how the Boilermakers have been playing together since they were 6. Can you talk a little bit about the Irons team chemistry and the relationships between players?
I think team chemistry and the relationships you have with your teammates and your coaches from between player to player, coach to coach and player to coach. I think those things are extremely important. I feel like our relationships and our team chemistry has been outstanding this year. It's been a situation where, there's been games where the offense has played great and carried the defense. There's been games where the D's had to carry the offense, and you never hear anybody pointing fingers or come on offense or come on defense. It's always been a collective group. I think it's unique when you're in places like that where those kids have the opportunity to play in one JFL system. I don't know if Bradley-Bourbonnais has that can feed all the way up through high school. We don't really have that because there's so many different JFL teams, but a lot of our guys have played JFL together since they were little. But they've also played against each other as well, and I still think there's some chemistry that goes along with that. And we also like to believe that we're developing really good chemistry because football is really a year-round sport for our guys in terms of the off-season where you really hone that team chemistry and strengthen your relationships. So I feel like that's a strength of our team, and I hope it's a strength that will not only continue on this year, but those relationships will be something continue on for the rest of their lives and our lives.
Bradley-Bourbonnais' opponent last week, St. Charles North's quarterback Ethan Plum, has fielded multiple D1 recruitment offers, 29 touchdowns for the season, over 2,300 passing yards. The Boilermakers became just the third team to hold him less than 200 passing yards last week and picked him off. Just how talented is Bradley at stopping the passing game?
Well, I think how they stopped the passing game was, one, they were able to up front, their defensive line, their linebackers were able to do a good job of controlling the running game. And they really got loose on them maybe one or two plays in that game on Saturday night. But then they were able to put pressure on the quarterback. And any quarterback, I don't care how good you are, a running game is really good. You're a really good friend to a good throwing quarterback. And if you can put pressure on the best, it still makes throwing difficult. And then you combine that with their defensive backs on the back end that are athletic, can run, are talented, have good ball skills. It's a good recipe. And they're playing talented teams all year. Lincoln Way West has an outstanding quarterback, a Louisville baseball commitment. They're playing Lincoln Way East, one of the top 1 to 2 8A programs in the state, and probably one of the top 1 to 2 teams in the entire state, regardless of class. So they're prepared to play really good players. And defensively, I think it was just a total team effort from the defensive line to the linebackers, the secondary, to able to keep him in check. And they were able to do some good things offensively as well and keep it out of his hands by being keeping him on the sideline, So.
It looked like St. Charles got away from their run game last week, something they were having success with early on this season. How big of a factor do you think Tommy Davis is heading into this contest?
Well, I think regardless of who you're playing for us, Tommy is going to be a huge factor for us and what we do offensively. He's a dynamic guy in the backfield carrying the ball. He's a really good blocker in the run game and the pass game, and he's also a threat in the receiving game. So he is going to be a huge factor in our success. I think in order for us to be our very best, he has to be at his very best, along with other guys. I don't want it to seem like it's a one man show. Kyle's got to play well. Our offensive line's got to play well. Our receivers got to make plays. But Tommy's been really special this year and really important to what we're trying to do.
Kind of talked about Bradley's defense quite a bit. What concerns you a little bit about their offense?
So offensively, the quarterback is a returner. He started last year, the coach's son. Their offense is kind of an RPO game where I think sometimes it's a post-snap RPO or a pre-snap RPO where he can throw it out. He's a really good thrower. He's an effective runner, and he runs really physical. Like, he's not going to slide. He's going to lower his shoulder and try to get extra yards. When he scrambles, he does a great job of moving around while keeping his eyes downfield, which then makes you stay in coverage, or else he's going to get you. They've got some really dynamic. Number 11 is a really dynamic wide receiver. 14 is really good. And then their two running backs, 23 and 8, are excellent players. So, I mean, in my opinion, you don't get to the second round of the playoffs like them without being effective in the run-pass game and being really solid up front, which is going to be a really good challenge for us defensively. So, my short answer is they concern you in all three phases, and in both phases of running and throwing the football.
Yeah, talk about special teams, maybe what kind of factor that'll be on the game on Saturday.
I think it's going to be a huge factor. I always look at sometimes the most important special teams are kickoff. Can you pin them and cover great, or are you going to allow them to get the ball out because they can be game-changing, game momentum plays, and then punt? Can we, when it's time to punt, sometimes we're going to have to punt. We'd like not to, but we probably are. We got to be able to protect them. We got to be able to flip the field and let our defense go out there and go back to work. When we're kicking extra points, we got to be locked in because those things are for points, and those can have a direct impact on the game. I've lost games as a coach because we didn't execute an extra point. And when you play teams in the playoffs, they have outstanding special teams. I would say they're the best special teams by far that we've seen all year. They've got a really good kicker, great guys on coverage. They're multiple in the punt game. They can punt with their quarterback. They can punt from a shield punt. So they really make you prepare. And all three phases are going to be equally important to win and advance. And we have to be really prepared. And I've been watching a lot of film on them. So hopefully we're going to put our best foot forward with special teams.
Obviously, Bradley-Bourbonnais will be a challenge, quite a challenge. So as your team hits the field on Friday night, what are just a couple things you'll be emphasizing with your guys?
One, I think as we hit the field, we got to be able to handle the adversity of the game, the ups and downs of the games. They're gonna get us, we're gonna get them, and we got to be able to handle those things steadily. And we can't, lose our minds. We have to be able to keep our emotions in check. BJ always asks about personal fouls and things like that. I think we have to play with emotion, but not be emotional. And keep our emotions in check throughout the game because that's going to be really important. And then offensively, I think we got to find as many different ways as we can possible to get the balls to our really good playmakers, to Marquand, to Tommy, to Dexter, to Caden, to Ivo, to those guys. And then defensively, we got to be able to keep a lid on things and not allow them to make big plays. Which is going to be a challenge, but I think when we're up to the task, we've already gotten off to a good start of prep this week, and it's exciting. You want to play good teams, and the team I think that prepares the best this week, handles adversity, and keeps their emotions in check will probably be the team that comes out on top, and we just hope that's us.
Coach, thanks for your time and good luck.
Awesome, thank you.
Welcome back to Normal Community High School, the national anthem. We are just about to get on our way here. It's the second round of the IHSA playoffs, Class 7A, Normal Community versus Bradley-Bourbonnais. We are 3 minutes away from kickoff. A couple people we'd like to thank here on our broadcast tonight. First of all, the team behind the scenes. Our executive producer is Bella Green, and our cameraman is Mr. Brad Bovenkirk this evening. Bella and Brad really make this thing happen for us, make us sound good, and make everything look good on the field. So they're really the ones that do all the work behind the scenes. Like to thank them as well. Also, all of our sponsors. First of all, the Friends of Ironmen Football for putting this on the air here tonight, letting our live stream take place here at Normal Community High School. Big thank you to them for sponsoring us here all season, but also especially here in the playoffs. Well, tonight, Normal Community tries to take one more step forward, trying to get to the quarterfinals. A big hurdle in their way. And Zach, why don't you just run down a little bit the health and injury report for the Ironmen here as we get ready for kickoff.
Well, although it's been hard to tell, Tommy Davis is battling some injuries, but he's pushing through it and he's ready for tonight. Leo Caparelli is out, and then defensive Caden Moss is 100%, no limited minutes, and he's back and ready to go, and that's huge. He's one of the Ironmen's best defensive players.
Yeah, he got hurt against Peoria High earlier this season. It's good to have Caden back. And when you have Dexter on one side and Caden on the other, Zach, talk about what that does for that defensive line.
I think it just, it makes it stronger. Having Caden back is going to be huge because not only is Bradley going to have to worry about Dexter, which I'm sure that's one of their biggest focal points this week, but now they have from both sides coming in, and that's just going to be really hard for that offensive line, and it's probably going to wear them down quite a bit.
Well, for Bradley-Bourbonnais, a couple of players to watch out for. First, number 4, the quarterback is Ethan Cole. He is an outstanding quarterback, really throws the ball well. He's mobile in the pocket, so Normal Community is really going to have to contend with him this evening. In that backfield, we'll see Marquise Aaron, but also Kenvante Sutton as well. A couple of really good backs back there for Bradley-Bourbonnais. Now on the outside, number 11, Tyron Bender. Tyron Bender is a really, really fast player for Bradley-Bourbonnais. Watch him at that receiver position. The Boilermakers are going to be a huge challenge. They played a great schedule this year, and here we go from Dick Tharp Field tonight. Tommy Davis at the goal line. Tommy's got the 15, the 20. Tommy past the 30. He's going to ground around the outside and be knocked out of bounds right around the 36-yard line. That's where the Ironmen are going to have the football. 1st and 10. Tommy Davis got a nice opening there, guys, and made the most of it.
Yeah, I feel like every single time we watch Tommy Davis, he always has one, like, stiff arm, some crazy juke move that he does every time.
I was just about to say that. It seems like the stiff arms really get him put into Tommy's playbook.
He went out of bounds right at the 38-yard line, so that's where Normal Community will have the football here. 1st down and 10. They put up 43 on Summit Argo last week in that first-round playoff victory. And the Ironmen have been very tough defensively as well. Kyle Beatty, the quarterback, and we'll talk about his numbers here in just a few moments. Beatty rolls out far side, looking for somebody downfield. Pass rush coming over the middle. That ball is almost picked off. Boy, it was underthrown that time. Really good coverage by the secondary there for Bradley-Bourbonnais. And wow, that was dangerous to start the game.
Yeah, it looked like he was going for tight end Alex Binion there. And that would have been, he's only had 1 interception all season, and it was because of weather. It's really one of the first throws that we've seen from Kyle that looked not so great.
Yeah, we didn't see hardly any throws last week. Boy, the rain and the wind and everything else that happened against Argo, they really couldn't throw the football. They kept it on the ground. Tommy Davis was very dominant in that contest for Normal Community, but the Ironmen did not put up a whole lot of yards in that game. Credit Argo, but the weather was a huge issue for both teams last week. Not an issue tonight. It is gorgeous here in North Normal this evening. 11:46 to go, first quarter, no score. And here's now a handoff to Davis off the right side. Tommy cuts back in, and he's going to be knocked down there right around the 40-yard line as Bradley-Bourbonnais stepping up hard.
Yeah, that was Allen Rogers with that big hit. We know that their defensive line, offensive line are really big, really physical, so getting that run game off might be a little bit of a challenge for community tonight.
Yeah, might be a challenge as Tommy Davis got about 3 yards there on that first carry. So Normal Community now faces a 3rd down and 7. Maybe not the start the Ironmen were looking for on the offensive end. Beatty almost threw an interception on his first pass attempt, and Davis only goes for 3 yards.
Yeah, although Bradley does look pretty big, they're also pretty speedy on that line.
And Kyle now will keep it, looks for that first down marker. He's going to have the 45, and that's as far as he's going to get. Beatty is going to be about 3 yards short of the first down. 4 yards on the keeper that time for Kyle Beatty. And you got to think Bradley is going to spend a lot of time paying a lot of attention to Tommy Davis. It might open up a little bit of running room for Kyle Beatty.
Yeah, I think Kyle, he's been getting more confident as the season goes on and on with his run game. He's been running for longer distances as every game, too. So I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls out a couple more runs tonight.
Lizale Edmond will be back to return this kick. Ball's going to bounce at the 30. It's going to take a Normal Community roll and be stopped and downed at the 25-yard line. So that's where Bradley will take over the football. And both of you guys saw a little bit of the Boilermakers last week against St. Charles North. Big plays were the key for Bradley, and it's going to be one of the keys for Normal Community, keeping the Boilermakers in front of them.
Yeah, I definitely think the Boilermakers are capable of making those big plays. Like you said, Ethan Cole, their quarterback, is super talented. Kind of similar to Kyle in a way because he can throw that ball really well, but also run the ball extremely well. So he's a dual threat. Very dangerous.
Yeah, we had a penalty on the play. That penalty flag is sitting at the Normal Community 47-yard line. We'll see what the call is from the official here. That ball was downed, I do believe, at the 30, and that's where the Boilermakers will start 1st and 10. They're kind of sorting some things out on the field. 10:23 to go here in the first quarter. We know one thing for sure, and that is the winner of this game is going to play Glen Bard East in the quarterfinals. They knocked off the Blazers of Addison Trail. 28-13 was the final score in that game. And we're still waiting as the officials kind of sort things out. Let's see where they're going to put the football.
And coming into that matchup for Glenbard East, they had only given up 64 points on the season, which is less than a touchdown a game. They have a really strong defense.
So unsportsmanlike conduct against Bradley-Bourbonnais. That's going to move the ball all the way back inside the 20. Looks like they marked it at the 16. You talk about substantial change in field position there. That's a substantial penalty against the Boilermakers.
Oh, yeah, that's almost 10 yards. That's the last thing you want to see. And first play of the game, they haven't even gotten to throw a run, anything yet.
And with penalties being a problem for community this season, it's nice for community to see that Bradley has a 15-yard penalty right there.
Yeah, it has been a problem for the Ironmen at times this year. Hopefully playing a clean game this evening, but not a good start penalty-wise for the Boilermakers. Ethan Cole is the quarterback, standing back there. Shotgun formation here. He'll hand the ball off the right side, and Convante Sutton right there off the right side is going to pick up about 5 yards there on first down. As Sutton is a very, very quick back, did a nice job finding the hole.
Yeah, Convante last week had 128 overall yards, no touchdowns, but they really didn't need it from him. Ethan Cole was running it a lot as well.
Yeah, Cole is a mobile quarterback back there. He has been the leader of this particular team. 2nd down and 5, not a great snap, but Sutton is going to find a hole, but only pick up about a yard that time. It's going to bring up a 3rd down. We'll call it a 3rd and 3 here now for the Boilermakers as Sutton gets the first 2 plays of the game are carried by the tailback.
Yeah, Cooper Caraway was on that vicious tackle. The defensive line for the Ironmen, although they've given up 7 yards, they look ready, they look strong.
Well, big 3rd, and we'll call it a short 3 here for the Boilermakers. Low snap again. Cole got hit on the backside. He threw it. That ball was dropped that time. We might have a penalty here against Normal Community. It might be a late hit on the quarterback. We'll see what the call is from the official.
Man, that was a bullet.
I saw
a legal man downfield here against Bradley-Bourbonnais, I do believe is the call, and that's exactly what it is. It's a legal man downfield against the Boilermakers. Usually, it's not the umpire in the middle of the field that throws any sort of a late hit on the quarterback. It's usually the referee that will do that. That flag came from the umpire right in the center of the field, so it was a legal man downfield against Bradley-Bourbonnais. And the Boilers now are probably going to have to punt the football deep in their own end as Normal Community declining the penalty. Ethan Cole still now in a shotgun position. We'll see if he's going to step back and punt this one away. The Ironmen have nobody deep here. 9:21 to go in the first quarter. No score between Bradley-Bourbonnais and Normal Community, and the play clock did run out. So the Boilers are going to take a 5-yard penalty here. That seems like a strange time to do that. The down marker still has 3rd down across the way. I do believe it is 4th down here, and now they're going to bring their regular punt team on the field. I'm trying to figure out the strategy there. I can't come up with anything right now.
Well, I'm thinking instead of and they were trying to get community off sides, and I think they were willing to take that 5-yard risk if they could get community off sides.
That might be a good thought, Zach, if they could possibly draw the Ironmen off to be able to pick up a 1st down there. But now they're going to have to punt the football away here on 4th and 7 as Marquand Gary now stands right at midfield. You know, Marquand has not been able to return a lot of kicks here lately just because of weather conditions. Boy, it'd be nice to see Marquand get his hands on this one and show what he can do with the football.
Yeah, we know that's one of Marquand's strengths. He's ran one back to the end zone, and we know that catching that ball and getting good field position is one of the great talents of Marquand.
Gary now calls for a fair catch at midfield, and that's where the Ironmen will have the football here. 1st and 10, so punted away by Bradley-Bourbonnais right there. Normal Community will have the football, 1st down and 10. Well, we saw from the Ironmen on that first drive, we saw Tommy Davis go for 3. Kyle had an incompletion and a 4-yard run. They had to punt the football away, so maybe where do we see the Ironmen going here on drive number 2?
I would expect a lot more from the passing game. Now that the weather's good, we haven't been seeing a lot from Marquand as of recently. 5 touchdowns in the last 5 games, which is obviously still incredible, but he did have 10 in the first 5 games. So I would expect more passing, more from Marquand, especially with this good weather.
9:16 to go first quarter, no score. Here's Hardiman now catching a pass from Beatty. That's going to be a gain of about 5 yards to the outside. We'll call it 6 that time to Caden Hardiman, and a completion, and Kyle's first completion of the game.
Yeah, I think you're right, Zach. I think we're going to see a couple more passes this drive because we know the weather's good now. We got good receivers. We got a good tight end in Dexter. And then obviously Beatty with a good arm. Why not?
Also, Alex Binion at tight end as well.
2nd down and 4 now as Normal Community now brings Kneecap over to the near side. High snap. Davis trying to find a hole. Tommy bounces outside, nowhere to go. Boy, that was well defended that time by Bradley-Bourbonnais as they really came up and stuffed that hole right away. And that time we kind of Tommy looked for a hole. There was nothing there, tried to bounce it out. By the time he did that, boy, the linebackers cleaned up that play rather nicely.
Yeah, and I think this offensive line for Community does do a really good job of protecting Kyle. But tonight, this defensive line is really going after the rushing game, making me think that they'll be going for a pass here and more in the future.
Tommy now 2 carries for 3 yards on the night. 8.5 to go in the first. No score between Bradley-Bourbonnais and Normal Community. Beatty now looks for a signal. Might be changing the play a little bit here on 3rd and 4. Beatty now takes the snap. Looks to run. Tries to turn the corner. Nowhere to go. He's going to be knocked out of bounds. And it's going to bring up 4th down. Nowhere to go with the football that time. I do believe that Kyle Beatty lost a yard there. So it's going to bring up 4th down, and the Ironmen are going to have to punt the football away again. And a slow start offensively here for Normal Community, and we've had pretty good field position here so far to start this game.
Yeah, I think we talked about this with Coach a couple weeks back, that these playoff games are going to start to get real grindy, real close, because better defensive teams are going to be played. And that's not something that Community has seen throughout the regular season. So it's going to be something new for this squad.
Yeah. Go ahead, Zach.
This is the first time this season that we've seen them scoreless for the first 2 drives.
Beatty now. Oh, he fakes it. Looking downfield. He's got a man. He's got Dexter Kneecap. Kneecap at the 30. Dexter at the 20. Dexter at the 10. Touchdown! Normal Community! It's the fake punt. And the advantage of having your punter as your quarterback comes to life for the Ironmen.
Oh,
Beatty
my
to
goodness.
Dexter Kneecap. It's 44 yards. Touchdown! Ironmen.
Wow, they faked me out. I had called it saying that it was the first time this season back-to-back, no scoring, but there it is right there, 44-yard touchdown. Dexter's 6th touchdown on the season, Kyle's 22nd passing touchdown.
Boy, Kyle sold it really well, and as I mentioned, it is so nice when your quarterback is your punter. The extra point is up, and Will Castro knocks it through. Normal Community strikes first. They lead Bradley-Bourbonnais 7-0. 8:05 to go here in the first quarter. Well, let's just step aside for just a second to thank our sponsors here on Normal Community Ironman football this year. All of our sponsors for getting us on the air here in 2023. Clemens Insurance, our owners are proud NCHS graduates and urge you to back the Ironman. Brought to you by Illinois State University, where graduates earned $15,000 more than the national average just a few years out of school. Auto House, Central Illinois' premier used car dealership. Paul Davis Restoration. Paul Davis provides professional, residential, and commercial emergency restoration services for disasters of all sizes. Paul Davis professionals are available 24/7 to clean up and repair damage to residential and commercial property. Give them a call at 309-829-1199. Well, guys, we've seen a lot of Ironman football this year. We haven't seen that so far, and mark that one down. That's a big play in the first quarter.
No, that was insane. My jaw was on the floor.
Well, but while BJ gets his jaw back in order, Normal Community is going to kick the football away. But really, that is a momentum play there, right there, that really maybe sets a tone here early in the contest.
Yeah, and the crowd was so loud. This place was actually shaking.
Here's the kick now by Castro. It's going to hit at right around the 5. Bradley-Bourbonnais has a hard time coming up with it, and he's going to be tackled inside the 15. The Ironman with great kick coverage that time on the return was Luke Allen for Bradley-Bourbonnais. And now the Boilermakers find themselves behind here 7-0. But one thing you have to know about this Bradley-Bourbonnais team is they've played a lot of good football teams. So they've played from behind before. This is nothing new for the Boilers.
Yeah, 7-0 is, I mean, obviously we had a crazy play to get that touchdown. But 7-0 is obviously comebackable. Like this, I don't think the Boilermakers are in a bad spot at all.
Well, 1st and 10 now for Bradley-Bourbonnais. Just to kind of update you on a couple other scores. On the Normal Community side of the bracket, Lincoln Way West beat Collinsville 43-19. Lincoln Way West would be a possible opponent for the Ironmen in the semifinals. Obviously a long way to go and nowhere near finishing off Bradley here tonight. The play clock ran out again on Bradley-Bourbonnais. So they're going to take another 5-yard penalty. It's going to bring up 1st and 15. We saw them take a 5-yard penalty on the punt. And now another 5-yard penalty is going to back them up inside the 10-yard line now. They're 1st and 10 from the 9.
Yeah, in just 4 minutes of play, they've had 3 penalties.
We'll try to get you a score on the Downers Grove North Arlington Heights Hersey game as well. Hersey did lead that game in the second half. This is Cole. He's going to be cut down in the backfield. Big play by the Ironmen as Cole tried to take off with the football. He's going to lose about a yard on the play.
That was Caden Moss. A big welcome back for Caden Moss. He played last week, but he's 100% and ready to go this week for the first time since Peoria High.
Yeah, where Dexter Kneecap on one side, just brute strength. Caden Moss on the other is speed and quickness, and he showed it right there, running down Ethan Cole from behind. 2nd down and 17 here now for the Boilermakers. They are inside their own 10-yard line. Normal Community trying to get their second stop of the contest. They lead 7-0. Cole now back to pass. He's going to air it out. Looking long, looking and making the catch that time for Bradley-Bourbonnais and hauling that one in. That's going to be Luke Allen who hauled that in. I think they might have called it incomplete on the far side, and I do believe that's what the call was.
It looked like, was Jace Wilson on Allen there? That's what it looked like.
I tell you what, catch or no catch, that was a beautifully thrown ball that time.
Really
by Ethan Cole.
was.
That was right on the money. It was well covered, but you can't throw it any better into the boundary than he threw it right there.
And nearly 50 yards in the air, which is pretty incredible for high school football.
Yeah,
That was probably one of the best passes we've seen on Dick Thorpe Field since we've been watching.
Absolutely, yeah. That was a well-thrown pass that time and is an incompletion. So it will bring up 3rd down and 17 now for Bradley-Bourbonnais. The box on the far side still has 2nd down. We'll see if they switch it real quick. And they do. 3rd down now. Cole back to pass, trying to set up a screen. And they're got to have it set up to Cavante Allen. He is still on his feet, but a penalty flag comes in. And I think this is going to be against Bradley-Bourbonnais. The flag sitting right around the 16-yard line. I think this one's coming back. But, boy, they're going to have to really watch Cavante Allen coming out of the backfield. As, boy, Bradley-Bourbonnais set that one up beautifully.
Looked like it was holding on wide receiver Tiny Bender. Looked like on that second attempt to try to tackle him, Tiny was possibly holding that jersey.
I think that is going to be the call. I think you're right on top of that, Zach. It was throwing it right around the 16-yard line. Holding is a spot foul in high school football. So they're trying to figure out the yardage here.
And they're talking to him, and his hand's on his helmet. That looks like what the call is going to be.
Yeah, I think Bender did pick up a holding penalty right there. Boy, a couple of big penalties here against Bradley-Bourbonnais. And how about this drive for the Boilermakers? Thought they had a pass all the way out near the 50, called incomplete. A penalty flag right there. Bradley has not caught a lot of breaks here so far. We got a hold.
Nope. Holding on Tyrone Bender.
It's going to move the ball back just a little bit. So half the distance to the goal is the call from the 16. It's going to move it back to right around the 8-yard line. It was pretty negligible if there's any loss at all on the play.
It's kind of a different start for the Boilermakers for sure, because that's 4 or 5 penalties already. We still have 7 minutes left in the first.
Here's Cole now, back to pass. Over the top, it's going to be incomplete that time as, boy, they tried to pump fake right there. And with the coverage on the far side that time,
He's really
Anton Cassell that time who had the coverage.
really showing off his arm strength early. That time he had too much on the ball.
I couldn't tell if that was Anton or Marquand Gary. I'm assuming it was Anton, but I did see number 3 over there, so Marquand might be playing a little bit of corner, trying to get their best athletes on the field. We'll take a look at that as the game goes on.
Definitely the speed of Marquand is a huge factor, so putting him on the defensive end, I would not be surprised.
So Bradley-Bourbonnais is going to go 3 and out, and they kick it away. Marquand's going to fair catch this one at the 40, and we have a penalty now. We'll see if this is roughing the kicker or running into the kicker.
I think that's what it is.
There's a difference in high school football, and we'll see what the call is from the official. Roughing the kicker is going to be an automatic first down. Running into the kicker is a 5-yard penalty. And we'll see what the call is from the official. Boy, they're talking it over here.
They got all the refs coming in.
Yep, they certainly are, and we'll see what the call is. Well, the official taking his time here. 6:50 to go first quarter, 7-0 Normal Community.
Roughing the kicker. Number 5 of the defense. 15-yard penalty, clear spot, automatic,
Yeah, it's going to be a first down for Bradley, so give the Boilermakers the ball. I was watching the ball's flight as it left his foot. I did not see it on the back end. Did either one of you get a good look at that one?
Yeah, I did see he got hit. He ended up on the ground there.
Yeah, it's got to hurt for Community. They've done a great job. No penalties before this, and the Boilermakers actually had 3 penalties. So with it being 4th and 17 and they would have had the ball at the 40, that hurts a little bit for sure.
It does balance out a little bit. You know, for Bradley-Bourbonnais, boy, they were really close to moving the football on this particular drive. Even before that penalty, had a number of nice plays. Got called back by penalty. Here is Cavante Allen Sutton slamming into the line that time. Not much yardage there on first down. Maybe a yard on the play. And one of the things that may be a little different about Bradley-Bourbonnais than what the Ironmen have seen, I'm not sure we've seen a quarterback quite like Ethan Cole so far this year that no matter what the down and distance is, he can pick it up with his arm.
Yeah, Ethan Cole's a very dynamic quarterback. Last week, all 5 touchdowns were Ethan Cole, 2 passing, 3 rushing actually.
We got Sutton again off the right side now, looking for a hole, and there is nothing there on that particular play. Going to pick up maybe a couple of yards.
Yeah.
Sutton now has 4 carries for 10 yards. It's going to bring up a 3rd and 5.
The tackle by A.J. Montoya and other Ironmen as well. Last 2 plays have been hits from about 3 to 4 Ironmen to take him down.
5:52 to go, first quarter. 7-0 Normal Community scoring on a fake punt to tight end Dexter Kneecap to put the Ironmen on the board. Bradley-Bourbonnais kept this drive alive by a roughing the kicker call in the end zone. And Bradley-Bourbonnais has the ball now, 3rd and 5. Cole over the middle. He's got a man. First down for the Boilermakers. That catch was by Luke Allen that time, who pulled that one in. So Allen there.
It was his 3rd target to Luke Allen and his first completion to Luke Allen. Was that his first completion as well?
That's his first completion of the game. He has thrown some strikes so far, but that was a good one. 15 yards that time from Ethan Cole to Luke Allen, and a first down for the Boilermakers. Cole back to pass again, over the middle, and a big hit that time coming from Normal Community. Boy, that ball was right over the middle, and that was Keegan Buckner. And Keegan's playing the safety position back there, and he got his money's worth.
Yeah, you know, Keegan definitely goes hard in the weight room for sure. I heard Coach Mann talking to him last week, said, how are we going to have a safety that doesn't like to run? And Keegan definitely just hit him hard.
Oh, that motivational speech there. That's good in the weight room. Boy, Keegan did a nice job there stepping in and getting that hit. But anytime you throw the ball over the middle like that, you know the safety's coming, and he came hard on that play. 2nd and 10 now for the Boilermakers. Ethan Cole back to pass. He's going to run over the middle. He's got Luke Allen wide open. Allen's got the 20. Will he outrun the Ironman? He will. It's a touchdown. Touchdown, Bradley-Bourbonnais. Ethan Cole got out of the pocket. 59 yards for the touchdown. And, boy, Luke Allen's having a very good first quarter here for Bradley as he catches the touchdown pass, 59 yards from Ethan Cole. And we have ourselves a 7-6 ball game with 4:57 here to go in the first quarter. And 10-0, 7-3 throw the records out tonight as this Bradley-Bourbonnais team is awfully good that has come to North Normal here this evening. Here's the extra point now for the Boilermakers. It's a low snap. Great job by the holder to get that one down, and he kicks it through.
Yeah, we were talking about Tyron Bender's speed early on in the pregame, and really, I've been talking about it quite a bit, but Luke Allen really showed off how fast he is there. He outran Aiden Boundy there. It looked like Aiden Boundy was going as fast as he could as well. Just a sprint to the end zone.
Yeah, it almost looked like Luke Allen, he outran the angle that time, which really well done that time by the wide receiver for Bradley-Bourbonnais. So the roughing the kicker call is a huge one. If you're Bradley-Bourbonnais, from their perspective, though, a holding penalty probably brought back a first down. Might have been a catch on the far side. Is a long way away from us. It was hard to tell. But the Boilermakers find the end zone in the end, and they tie the game at 7. And I guess after that drive, you find out the Ironmen are in for a tussle here tonight.
Yeah, that Ironman penalty definitely just cost them a touchdown, but you can't deny that they just played good. Bourbonnais just ran good plays that last play. Excellent pass and an excellent finish downfield.
And the Ironmen have to be motivated now. This is the first time since week 4 that the first string defensive squad has given up any points.
Yeah, we knew this was going to be a challenge here this evening. We'll try to run down the rest of the first round scores in Class 7A for you and kind of set up that bracket a little bit. Here's Marquand Gary at the 30. Marquand cuts back at the 40. Marquand's got the 44-yard line, and boy, he showed what he can do with the football. And now we have a penalty flag that comes in on the side. It's going to be a sideline warning here against Normal Community, as it was thrown by the side judge, and I do believe that's what our call is going to be, a sideline warning here.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. When Marquand can catch the ball and get some room to run, he's going to be good.
Yeah, he definitely showed how shifty he was there. We're hearing some boos from the crowd after that flag.
Well, didn't like the sideline warning against the Ironmen, and it is something that you have to be able on that sideline. You got to be able to stay behind that white line. The Ironmen have that nice orange plastic down to help the team stay behind that white line, but the officials have to be able to run down the field, and you got to be able to give them some space on that sideline. 1st and 10 now, 4:49 to go in the first. We're tied at 7. Beatty now back to pass, looks down the field, and he's got a man that's a little bit overthrown that time. And down the field looking for Ivo Austin. It's going to bring up a 2nd and 10.
And Ivo Austin was double teamed there. You could even say triple team. There was 3 Bradley players down there.
Yeah, that was scary. If he didn't overthrow that, that definitely could have been picked off.
Kyle now 2 for 4 for 50 yards here in this contest. And Normal Community now is going with 4 wide receivers here and nobody in the backfield. Beatty now back to pass. Kyle looking to step up. They set up a screen in the middle now to Kneecap. It's well read that time by Bradley-Bourbonnais, but Dexter's still able to pick up 4 yards. So setting up that inside tight end screen to Dexter Kneecap.
And that's what's so great about Dexter. He's big enough that he can stay on that line, but he's also fast enough, as we saw in that 44-yard touchdown, that he's really quite a dual threat. And then obviously on the defensive end, I mean, arguably the Ironman's best defensive player.
And Dexter will head across town to play at Hancock Stadium for the Redbirds next year, hoping to have a game there this year to end his high school career. And now we got a penalty flag on the play. This one's going to go against Normal Community. So a false start now against the Ironmen. It's going to give Bradley-Bourbonnais the ball back. We talked about Bradley-Bourbonnais' schedule and their 3 losses coming in: Lincoln Way Central, Lincoln Way East, and also Lincoln Way West. Lincoln Way Central went out of the playoffs last week, so they are no longer in the playoff field. Lincoln Way West is still alive. They beat Collinsville 43-19 today. Lincoln Way East is also still alive. The Griffins are into the quarterfinals in Class 8A, so their losses were to some awfully good teams. Beatty now goes up the middle. Kyle's got the 50, tries to turn the corner, and now taken down across the 45 to the 43, and Beatty's got himself a first down, a gain of 13 for Kyle Beatty.
Yeah, that might be what we might need to see out of Kyle some more, because their pass game is just being locked down right now. The run game, they haven't ran a run play, I don't think, this drive so far. So maybe some scrambles from Kyle might be what the team needs.
They just bring out Kalen and Tommy. Now that Kyle's been able to run, I think they can bring those running backs back out, like you said. Also, tight end Alex Binion's back out there as well. Got 2 wide receivers and 2 tight ends out there and 2 running backs.
3:10 now to go first quarter. 7-7 from Dick Thart Field tonight. Davis now on the left side. He'll be taken down after maybe a gain of about a yard for Tommy. Nowhere to go off the left side. Well done that time by the Bradley-Bourbonnais defense.
Yeah, we've seen more of a quiet game from Tommy. A lot of times his run game can open up after the passing game from the Ironmen has started to pick up. Once we see some more receptions from possibly Marquand Gary, Ivo Austin. We did see one from Caden Hardiman earlier.
Yeah, so far, Tommy, 3 carries for 4 yards. They've really been able to hold him in check. Tommy's had a great second half of the season, but a different challenge here tonight against Bradley-Bourbonnais. 2.5 for the first, and we have a timeout now by Normal Community. The Ironmen are in Bradley-Bourbonnais territory. They've got the ball at the Boilermakers' 42-yard line, and Coach Jason Drengwitz will burn a timeout. Let's hear from our sponsors here, bringing us Ironman football in 2023. Country financial agent Matt Potts. When you're working to reach your financial goals, it helps to have some trusted guidance along the way. Let Matt help you identify your goals and work through any changes that life may bring. Call Matt Potts at 309-445-6390. Go Iron. Heartland Bank and Trust Company is a community bank with total assets of $5 billion. Headquartered in Bloomington, Illinois, the bank has offices throughout Illinois and in eastern Iowa. The bank offers a complete line of financial services to commercial and retail customers and municipal entities. More information is available on the bank's website at www.hbtbank.com. Also, a big thank you this week to Matt Potts and Country Financial, who gave a really, really nice donation to the Inkspot. It is so much appreciated. So thank you to Matt and also to Country Financial. It is very much appreciated by our broadcast and also by the Inkspot overall. 2:31 to go, first quarter. 7-7 our score. Normal Community and Bradley-Bourbonnais. Here's Marquand Gary at the 40. Marquand at the 35. He's got the 30. Marquand 20, 10, 5, touchdown. There's a flag on the play. The back judge threw a flag. We'll see what the call is. Boy, Marquand Gary with an awesome run that time. And we'll see what the call is from the official. Everybody kind of walking back. That's not a good sign for the Ironmen.
Yeah, that looked like what we saw earlier on in the season. Just a nice little throw, not really much of a gain, and just letting Marquand use his feet.
Yeah, when Marquand gets space, it certainly is a problem for the defense. And we'll see what the call is. Nothing from the official as of yet, but they're bringing this football back, and we'll see if we get an official call on this one. Hold, block in the back, not real sure. Looks like a holding penalty probably here coming up against the Ironmen. Still going to be a first down.
Holding, number 6, the offense. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the ball. Result of the play and the penalty, first down.
Boy, Marquand Gary, I tell you what, when he got open space, he made one guy miss, and next thing you know, he is off to the races.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. When he has that room to run, he's so good. And that just shows the benefit of cardio because he just outran 3 Bourbonnais guys.
He really showed off his speed there. Took off.
First and 10 now for Normal Community. Clock running, 2:08 to go first quarter, 7-7 our score. Off the right side now is Tommy Davis, and Davis across the 30. He brought down right around the 26-yard line. That's Tommy's best run of the night. He's got 5 yards, and Tommy now 4 carries for 9 yards on the evening.
And Cole Morstetter went in for Marquand on that play, and now Marquand's back. And I bet he's hungry after he wasn't able to get that touchdown.
Yeah, the touchdown taken off the board on that holding penalty. That was against Caden Hardiman, just trying to block downfield and do a great job for his buddy Marquand Gary. Picked up that penalty. Minute and a half to go, first quarter, 7-7. Second down and 4 now. Beatty on a keeper, made one man miss at the 25. He's got the 20, Kyle's got the 15. He'll be knocked out of bounds. I see if a penalty flag comes out. It does not. Oh. Light tap on the back that time by one of the Bradley-Bourbonnais defenders. Kyle's inside the 15. He's got 11 yards, and how about 4 carries for 28 yards for Kyle Beatty?
Man, community players are just so athletic. Every single time I see one of them run, whether it's Tommy, Marquand, Kyle, Dexter on the touchdown, it just goes to show how much work they put in the offseason.
Tommy Davis now just slams into the line right there. He's going to pick up about 4 yards. Got down to the 11-yard line. That's going to bring up a second down, maybe about 3 yards on that. We'll call it 2nd and 7 for the Ironmen.
Also, the work they put in practice. We've talked to Dringwitz multiple times about how do practices change during the playoffs, and he says no. They stay with the same practices. They try to get that playoff intensity in the regular season, which I think led to their success.
Under a minute now to go here in the first quarter. Ironman looking to take the lead now here against Bradley-Bourbonnais. Beatty on a 2nd down and 6. Hand off to Gary. Gary looking for space. Marquand looking for the corner. Another penalty flag on the play. And Marquand Gary is going to be tackled that time inside the 10. But this one is coming back here as multiple penalty flags come in. Pretty sure this is going to be against the Ironmen. So penalties have so far slowed this drive down. Hasn't killed it yet, but certainly has slowed it down.
It's definitely slowed down the game as well. Most plays definitely on this drive, there's been a penalty. Holding on community. Brayden Mazanowski, who's been great on the offensive line this year. Shout out to the 6'4 junior, but a holding call there hurts the Ironmen.
32 seconds here in this first quarter. Normal Community looked like they had the go-ahead touchdown. Marquand Gary taking that one in. That got brought back by penalty. Now a nice play by Gary there once again. Another penalty against the Ironmen, and they are 2nd down and well behind the chains. They'll get Dexter Kneecap now back in the lineup here. Clock is running with 20 seconds to go in the first quarter. We'll see if the Ironmen, they're going to have to run another play. The play clock is at 7. They're going to have to hustle. Play clock at 5 now for Kyle Beatty. We'll see if he gets it off, and he does. Beatty now rolls out near side, looking, end zone for Davis. It's tipped at the last second. Boy, if that pass is just a little bit higher right there. That was Marquand Gary in the end zone. Marquand had his hands up, ready to haul that one in, and a nice play that time by Bradley-Bourbonnais to knock it away.
Yeah, that was the senior Allen Rogers with a great coverage to get that reach and just get those fingertips on the ball so Marquand couldn't get it.
And Marquand even had fingertips on the ball as well after it got tipped, so they both kind of tipped it.
Last play here of the first quarter, 3 seconds on that clock. Normal Community facing a 3rd down and 16. A couple of holding penalties on this drive, pushing the Ironmen back. We'll see if they can find the end zone here. Beatty now will take the snap. He's under heavy pressure. They set up the screen to Kneecap in the middle. Dexter trying to turn the corner, cuts it back inside. He's inside the 10, and that's where he'll be brought down at right around the 8-yard line. So a gain right there of about 12 yards on the pass. And when we return here, Normal Community will have the football. It's going to be 4th down and about 5. So a gain of 11 that time on that pass to Kneecap. Dexter with 3 catches for 59 yards in the first quarter. So let's see if the Ironmen now can punch it into the end zone to take the lead, or if they're going to try to kick a field goal here. We'll find out as the second quarter begins. 1 quarter in the books from Normal Community High School tonight. It's the Ironmen 7 and the Boilermakers 7. We are tied. We'd like to thank our sponsors here for bringing the NCHS football in 2023. Heller Ford in El Paso, Heller Motors in Pontiac. Enjoy the award-winning Heller experience at Heller Ford in El Paso or Heller Motors in Pontiac for your next vehicle, or shop them online at hellerstores.com. That's hellerstores.com. We are worth the drive. IAA Credit Union, created in 1951 to serve the Illinois Farm Bureau family of companies, employees, and customers. Their mission is to build personal relationships that promote smart financial decisions and to provide convenient access to money. Visit www.iaacu.org to become a member today. Well, a very important 4th down here now for Normal Community, as the Ironmen are going to try to kick a field goal. So Will Castro has not really had to kick a pressure field goal yet so far this season, and we'll see if the sophomore can knock one through.
He really hasn't had to kick many field goals at all. I think he's only had 1 or 2 field goal attempts all season, made his field goal, and his extra points have been great this season as well. It's been really solid and consistent for the Ironmen.
And a penalty flag now on the play, and we're going to get a false start here. Is this against Normal Community? I do believe that it is.
Number 6 in the offense. It's a 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
So it looked like Caden Hardiman lined up offsides that time. So it's going to bring up 4th down here once again, but a little bit deeper on the kick. It's going to be about a 32-yarder now here for Will Castro, but no change in decision here for Coach Jason Dringwitz. They're going to kick it now. And now Will Castro will have a little bit farther to try to knock this one through.
This is a test for the multi-sport athlete's leg here. He plays soccer as well.
The kick is up, and the kick is good. Will Castro knocks it through for the Ironmen, and the sophomore puts 3 on the board for Normal Community. And the Ironmen lead Bradley-Bourbonnais 10-7 with 11:56 to go here in the second quarter. Well, you would have liked to have had that second touchdown. You have to settle for 3. I think probably the most concerning thing for the Ironmen, though, is that on the last drive, Bradley-Bourbonnais was able to put one in the end zone, and the Boilermakers offense looks awfully good.
Yeah, and the only thing that was really holding the Boilermakers back at first was those penalties, and they showed that they kind of stopped getting penalties. The penalty game kind of has switched over to Community. Whoever really is on offense has been gridding a lot of these flags, but if Bradley can not get a lot of flags thrown, they're definitely dangerous. They have multiple wide receivers that are just incredibly fast, and with the arm that Cole has, this is a dangerous team on offense and defense, holding the Ironmen to 10, and we're in the second quarter, which is not something a lot of teams have done.
Yeah, certainly, and we talked about Bradley-Bourbonnais playing a great schedule so far this year, with the big plays. That was one of the things that really concerned the Ironmen. And already Bradley-Bourbonnais has a 59-yard touchdown. That was from Ethan Cole to Luke Allen. That was in the first quarter. That was the lone score for Bradley-Bourbonnais so far, but Ethan Cole has shown that he is going to be a problem here tonight for the Ironmen. 11:56 to go before halftime. It's 10-7 Normal Community. The kick away now for the Ironmen, picked up by Bradley at the 20, 25, across the 25, and tackled right around the 27-yard line for the Boilermakers. And another penalty flag comes in here as Luke Allen returned that kick. We'll see who this penalty is against, as both teams kind of going after each other here.
You're hearing a lot of shouting on the sidelines.
Certainly been a lot of penalties thrown here so far in this contest, as the teams are going to have to adjust to the way the officials are officiating the game here this evening. And we'll see if this is going to be a personal foul against one of these teams. Nothing from the officials as of yet. If it's against Normal Community, great field position for Bradley. If it's against Bradley, boy, that really backs them up quite a bit. So, big call here.
The refs are mic'd up for the first time on Dick Dark Field. I think they just like using the mics.
Yeah, it's going to be the 44-yard line, so personal foul against Normal Community. Excuse me, the 43-yard line. So penalties have been a real killer here for the Ironmen late in the first quarter, now early in the second quarter. They have lost quite a bit of yardage. Third time we're going to see the Bradley-Bourbonnais offense on the field. Ethan Cole, it's 2 for 5 for 74 yards, but also a 59-yard touchdown toss. Kenvante Sutton, 4 carries for 11 yards so far. Cole now rolls out. He's going to throw over top of Kneecap, and there was an open receiver that time. That was Gavin Cole, who couldn't quite haul that one in. And I tell you, nice job that time by Dexter Kneecap, getting his arms up that Ethan Cole had to throw right over the top of, and that forced the incompletion.
And that throw was a little overthrown, which makes me think that Dexter really has a lot to do with that, because Ethan Cole usually would have that right on the money, especially with that brother connection.
Yeah, I think if he's got that vision downfield, that's a completion, and maybe Gavin Cole is still running. Now Cole back to pass. No pass rush this time. He's going to take off and try to run. Not much room that time, only a couple yards. And you could tell the Ironmen were kind of waiting for that. Not much of a pass rush. The defensive line kind of laying back a little bit, and Ethan Cole kind of ran right into the defense. And now we have another penalty flag on the play. We'll see who this one's going to be against.
This was way after the play as well. The ball had been dead for 5-10 seconds.
And here's the official once again.
Unsportsmanlike conduct, number 54 of the defense. Dead ball, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 56 of the defense, offense. Those penalties offset.
So the penalty's offset right there. So we're going to be right back where we started. I think both of these teams really playing at a high level. There's a lot of emotion in this game, and we are seeing it here tonight as penalties on both sides. And now it's going to bring up a 3rd down and 8 here for Bradley-Bourbonnais. Ethan Cole so far 2 for 6 for 74 yards in the contest. Cole off a low snap. It's a reverse around the outside, and they're going to throw it downfield, and it's incomplete. Boy, that time Luke Allen had a step on the safety right there. They did a great job bringing Gavin Cole around, and you had mentioned that Gavin Cole, he might be the quarterback next year for Bradley-Bourbonnais, just a junior. That's a well-conceived play.
Yeah, it really is. And I do think, although Allen had another step on Anton Cassell, I think Anton Cassell did do a really good job of diving and really just trying his best, even though their wide receivers might have a little speed on the Ironmen here.
4th down and 8 now, and Bradley-Bourbonnais is going to punt the football away. At least we think they are. And Cole will kick that ball away. Tommy Davis now settles underneath it. Tommy's got the 35. That's Marquand Gary, and Gary will be tackled right around the 40-yard line. I thought for a second Marquand signaled for a fair catch. Maybe he didn't. It looked like a hand might have been waved above his helmet right there, but the officials said no, and Marquand able to bring that ball back to the 39. So that's going to bring up now a 1st and 10 here for the Ironmen, leading 10-7 here in the second quarter, in a real battle with Bradley-Bourbonnais.
Yeah, this is a different game for community. I feel like we haven't seen a game like this since the Peoria game, and even that game, we ran away with it. But early on, that game was really, real tough. But this is like the toughest team we've played so far, 100%.
And something to point out for Bradley, on the offensive end, their line has been really strong. And number 56, Demetrius Kapadis, did a great job blocking on that. I saw him take down Dexter one time.
Here's a handoff, excuse me. Beatty still has the ball. It's tipped, and Hardiman's going to catch it. Nice job by Caden Hardiman. That ball was tipped, and Hardiman came up with it right there. That's a 15-yard gain for the Ironmen off that tipped ball, and a fortunate one that time for Normal Community.
Yeah, and when you're expecting a nice spiral, a nice clean Kyle Beatty throw, and instead you just get a wobbly ball, that's great awareness from Caden Hardiman to still be able to bring that down.
Usually when that ball's tipped, that's a bad sign for the offense. Works out there for the Ironmen. Tommy Davis now off the right side. He'll run into that linebacking crew again for Bradley-Bourbonnais. Davis with a gain of 3. And just to kind of give you an idea of what they've been able to do with Tommy here so far, Davis with 6 carries for 15 yards with 10:30 to go here now in the second quarter.
They've definitely been able to stop Tommy, especially last week we saw 4 touchdowns from him. And we've seen 14 touchdowns in the last 5 weeks. He's been on a rampage, and they've slowed him down for sure.
Yeah, they've done a great job. 2nd and 7 now. Ball comes out. It's caught by Ivo Austin, and Ivo trying to make a man miss at right around the 36-yard line. He's going to be just short of the first down. It's going to bring up about a 3rd down and about 1 now coming up for Normal Community.
Looks like he kind of tripped himself up there. He was trying to give a little juke, do kind of what we've seen Marquand do and Tommy Davis do throughout the season, but tripped a little bit. We saw more from him mid-season. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot more from him in the playoffs, the junior Ivo Austin.
3rd and 1 now. Tommy Davis goes into the line of scrimmage right there. Looked like he almost lost his footing, and I don't think Tommy got the first down. Yeah, he only got about a half yard at the most. It's going to bring up 4th down now here for the Ironmen.
And a lot of times these plays for the Ironmen would kind of be gimmies, but with how great this line's been doing, you got to think, would they go for a little pass possibly instead of a rush? Tommy Davis really hasn't been on his A game tonight, thanks to this defensive line from Bradley.
And now we're going to get an offsides against Bradley-Bourbonnais. Great job with the hard count by Kyle Beatty. That's going to give Normal Community a first down. So move the chains right there. Boy, nice job of the offensive line. Everybody staying nice and set right there. They draw Bradley-Bourbonnais off. And that's big, as you mentioned, Zach. That was not a gimme first down right there, even though it was 4th and about a half a yard. Bradley-Bourbonnais has been really tough between the tackles here so far.
Yeah, there's been a lot of flags this game as well, and they've been kind of hard to see, not really knowing what it was. That was pretty obvious.
Well, ball given off to Tommy Davis, and Tommy's got nowhere to go. Nice job again by that Bradley-Bourbonnais defense. It was Victor Rogers in there once again for the Boilermakers. No gain for Tommy right there. So we're going to bring up a 2nd down. We'll call it 2nd and 10. It's probably more like 2nd and 11 here for the Ironmen. Loss of about a half a yard on first down.
Yeah, I was going to say that I wouldn't have too much confidence in Tommy running it into that line again just because of how good the D-line is for Bourbonnais.
Possibly switch it up to Kalen Taylor.
Fake by Kyle now. He's going to throw the football. He's got Marquand Gary. Marquand now turning the corner. He'll be taken down inside the 10. Marquand Gary with the catch that time from Kyle Beatty, 22 yards. And even though the running game is struggling for Normal Community, they are getting it done through the air. Marquand's 2nd catch, 2 catches for 33. Kyle's got 119 passing yards now here in the first half.
Yeah, I really like the matchups for the Ironmen wide receiver-wise. They match up against the DBs really well. It's just that run game is struggling to get off to a good start.
And this game is kind of setting itself up to be a passing game, seeing a lot from wide receivers, and Kyle Beatty and Ethan Cole as the 2 opposing quarterbacks.
Let's see if the Ironmen can punch it in this time. Had to settle for 3 points last time, and again, it's run right into the line right there and just really nowhere to go. That was A.J. Montoya coming in to get a carry. And A.J. can run the football. Probably more of a fullback maybe than a tailback back there. A.J.'s got great size, but nowhere to go there on first down.
Yeah, on JV last year, A.J. was actually, I think, the backup running back, if I'm not mistaken, maybe behind Craig. But he did used to play JV running back.
Yeah, and we've seen a rushing touchdown from him this season in one of the second halves of the Ironman blowout games. So it's going to be interesting to see the Ironmen kind of switch up this running game, as they haven't been able to get much with these smaller, speedier running backs against this big, fast line.
Second down and goal now. Beatty looked to hand the ball off to Tommy Davis. He's going to look for a pass to the corner of the end zone and well over the top of the head of Marquand Gary.
Yeah, it wasn't much of a, didn't look like much of a play or a route run for Marquand. He kind of just ran to the end zone and really just stood there. I think the defensive backs and the safeties for Bradley's done a really good job. The Boilermakers are on top of it on defense.
I think that Kyle thought he was going to run a fade to the corner, and Marquand ran a slant to the inside, and just lack of communication maybe that time by the quarterback and the junior wide receiver. Third down and 9, 6:54 to go here, second quarter, 10-7. Normal Community has the lead. Trying to punch in their second touchdown of the night. Beatty now flushed out of the pocket. Kyle will turn the corner. Kyle's got the 5, looking for the end zone, and he's got a touchdown! Touchdown, Normal Community! Kyle Beatty scrambles for the touchdown from 9 yards out, and Kyle Beatty now has 37 yards on 5 carries and a huge touchdown for the Ironmen. So we talked about Tommy Davis, but it has been Kyle Beatty here this evening.
Kyle Beatty's got over 150 combined yards. That's his 7th rushing touchdown this season, something that he's gotten better at, it seems, almost every single game.
Extra point by Will Castro is up, and it is good. And Normal Community now has a 17-7 lead with 6:47 to go here in the second quarter. And we talked about Bradley-Bourbonnais and what great competition they've played. So they've been behind before, but the Boilermakers are going to keep coming tonight. But what a nice drive by the Ironmen. The ground game between the tackles has not been effective at all for Normal Community, but now we're seeing some other dimensions of that offense that have kind of taken off and helped them put points on the board.
Yeah, I think the Ironmen are starting to switch up. At the start of the game, they were kind of just going for rushing and throwing to like big targets like Marquand and Dexter. Now they're starting to use their depth. They have so many great players and just so much depth from seniors, juniors, and the kicker, Will Castro, is a sophomore. He's gone 2 for 2 on extra points and 1 for 1 on field goals, and this is like his first really high stakes, big emotional game. As you can see, there's a lot of, the most amount of fans we've seen this year. Maybe Bloomington we've seen the same amount for the other side for Bradley, so it's a big emotional playoff game.
Yeah, it's a great crowd from Bradley-Bourbonnais, and we'll run down a little bit of the history of the Bradley-Bourbonnais playoff experience, a little history of their program as well as far as football is concerned here as the live stream goes on tonight. Bradley's made some big runs in the playoffs in the past. Here's a nice kick now by Castro. Is going to hit and go out of bounds. It is going to go out of bounds right there. So I thought maybe it got into the end zone, but the side judge did throw the flag.
Looks like they're trying to say something there.
I think he's looking maybe at the far side if he got a good view at that. Yep, did go out of bounds. So 35-yard line for 1st and 10 here for Bradley-Bourbonnais. They knocked off the North Stars of St. Charles North in the first round, and St. Charles North had a really nice team. That was a big win for Bradley-Bourbonnais at home. They got some huge plays, especially in the second half, to be able to pull away in that contest. Trying to come back here tonight, down 17-7, 6:47 to go in the second quarter. Handoff now to Sutton. Sutton now will plow his way forward and pick up about 3 yards. Vontae Sutton's had a hard time getting going. He's got 14 yards on 5 carries. So Normal Community's done a nice job with him here so far.
Yeah, and that's something in the game against St. Charles. The Boilermakers went a lot to that running game. They had 3 of their 5 touchdowns were rushing touchdowns, and Convante had 19 carries and over 100 rushing yards. They're definitely changing it up here.
6:15 to go before halftime. Ball thrown out to the outside. It's going to be a first down reception right there, as that was Gavin Cole who caught that, and now another penalty flag on the play. 10-yard reception from Ethan Cole to Gavin Cole. That's Gavin Cole's first reception of the game. And another penalty flag. I think this one's going to go against the Ironmen based upon the reaction from the Bradley-Bourbonnais crowd across the way. As Zach mentioned, great crowd from Bradley-Bourbonnais tonight, and a good crowd overall for a Saturday night. Most of the playoff games around the state have already been played, but under the lights here this evening at Normal Community. The Ironmen dropped last year's game in the second round under the lights against Pekin. That was a heartbreaker. The Dragons were able to rally in that contest for a 1-point win. The Ironmen led most of the way.
Number 0, the defense, taunting. 15-yard penalty from the previous 6-inning spot. First down.
Well, another personal foul penalty here against Normal Community. We've seen a bunch of those already. And the Ironmen are going to have to keep those emotions in check. The ball at the 37-yard line. They've marched it into Ironman territory. 1st and 10, 6:04 to go here before halftime. Ethan Cole now hands it off to Sutton again. Sutton off that left side. This is the best run by Convante Sutton. And Convante is all the way down inside the 15-yard line. As a pickup there, looks like about 25 yards for Sutton. So he got all the way down inside the 15, I do believe. Might have been inside the 20. We'll see where they're going to mark this one. That ball was at the 38-yard line before. Yeah, about a 19-yard pickup that time by Convante Sutton.
Yeah, that was a great run by Sutton, but in combination of that penalty on the Ironman, which has been a thorn in the side of the Ironman all season, Coach actually said last week that they need to play with emotion but not play emotional. And I feel like they're playing emotional right now.
Yeah, and on top of that, Luke Allen on the Boilermakers, after that flag, that 15-yard penalty against Aiden Boundy, he had like a little pep in his step, and it seemed to be a little taunting on their side, a little cocky, and I think emotions are just, they could be getting the best of the Boilermakers if they get too in their head, like, oh, they've got this, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how that plays.
Well, that was an 18-yard gain by Convante Allen. Here's the ball over the top, and a touchdown for Bradley-Bourbonnais. Luke Allen caught that one in the corner of the end zone right there, and the Boilermakers are on the board again, 17-13, and what a comeback by Bradley-Bourbonnais as Ethan Cole has another touchdown pass, and this one again to Luke Allen. Allen's third catch of the night. He's got 3 catches for 94 yards in the contest.
Well, just as I was talking about how I thought he might be getting a little too cocky, he definitely proved me wrong there, or proved that he could be cocky.
Extra point is up, and it is good. And just like that, Bradley-Bourbonnais back within 17-14, but I think, again, we have another whistle here that stops play.
Something that I'd like to point out, on the play before that touchdown, Marquand Gary was guarding Luke Allen, and then they put Anton Cassell back on him. I would expect a lot more from Marquand on the defensive end, since the Ironmen have so many great things going for him on offense. I think they could really use Marquand's speed on defense to cover Luke Allen.
Honestly, Anton's been a great corner all season, and playing Marquand at both positions, really tires him out. It's only the second quarter, and he's such a big part of the Ironman offense. You don't want to see him get too exhausted because obviously it's a close game. They're going to need him going down the line.
You also have Caden Hardiman, Alex Binion, Dexter Kneecap, Ivo Austin that can all catch the ball as well, though.
That is true.
So a block below the waist on Bradley-Bourbonnais, so that's going to mark it back 15 yards, I do believe is what he said, but they only marked it back 10. And I think that's what the correct call is. So 10 yards from the original line of scrimmage for the extra point, so they'll try to knock it through from a little farther. And the kick is up, and the kick is good. So nothing harmed there for the Boilermakers. They knock it through. It's 17-14 now, 5:43 to go here before halftime. And there have been a ton of penalties so far in this game. And not just your usual penalties of offsides and holding, but a lot of personal foul penalties here so far in the contest. And both teams are going to have to get those emotions under control here in a very emotional contest in North Normal tonight.
I think there's been about 5 personal foul penalties. There's a lot of emotions running through both of these teams, and not necessarily the positive ones, as BJ was saying.
Yeah, it's just, I think these are game-changing fouls, too. We saw the one earlier led to a Boilermaker touchdown. Now again, after another penalty, another touchdown, they really need to get the emotions in check on both sides.
Yeah, and that was 2 different kinds of penalties, because the one was roughing the kicker, and then a lot of these has just been community just not really keeping their mouth quiet, as well as the Boilermakers. Both teams are kind of chatting it up.
This is the second straight playoff appearance here for Bradley-Bourbonnais. They lost to Collinsville in round 1 last year, 14-12. Bradley-Bourbonnais made 5 straight playoff appearances between 2012 and 2016 and won 4 playoff games in that stretch, and we'll get more into that here as the game goes along. Marquand Gary now at the 20. Gary's got the 30. Gary spins out of a tackle. He's got the 40. Marquand still on his feet. Marquand breaks out of the pile. He's across midfield, cuts back, and he'll finally be brought out of bounds at the 40-yard line. And I think all three of us, our first look was to see if there was a penalty flag on the play, but there wasn't. Marquand got into Bradley-Bourbonnais territory. At least I don't believe there was a penalty flag on the play.
No, I don't think I saw one.
What a play from Marquand. Anytime he does like a little skip step in his left leg, and when he does that, I know he's going to go far. And wow, he really put the Jets on. Also, shout out to the blocking for the Ironmen. No penalties, it looks like, on that play.
No, they called one.
Oh, never mind.
Delay game on the receiving team. The 5-yard penalty will be administered from the end of the run. First down.
Delay of game against Normal Community. I don't know what the circumstance was that you could pick up a delay of game after you run back a kick, but that's what the call was. So
I don't understand that call, to be honest. They've just been seeing everything. They've been eating carrots.
To tell you the truth, I don't know if I've seen that before. When a kick is returned, there's a delay of game penalty. But that's what the call was, so Normal Community will have the football. I do believe at the 45. I think that's where they want to mark it. They're still kind of walking around and trying to figure out where the ball is going to be marked. It's been a really interesting first half. It hasn't flowed a whole lot, that's for sure. There's been a ton of penalties, a ton of stoppages here so far. But 1st and 10 now here for the Ironmen, as Normal Community trying to put their 3rd score on the board. Ironmen and the Boilermakers both put scores on the board in that first quarter. It was 7-7. Normal Community added a field goal to go up 10-7. The Ironmen scored to go up 17-7, and Bradley just put another touchdown on the board to make it 17-14. 5:29 to go here before halftime. Handoff now to Davis. Davis slams into that line of scrimmage. He'll push forward for a gain of about 3 yards there on first down.
And it looked like for a second that Tommy might have been getting out of that crowd of Boilermakers, but he couldn't quite make it out. But it's looking like Tommy Davis is starting to get a little more confidence, use his strength that we've seen this year, just pushing his way through these defenders, pushing his way through the defensive line. That's
why I'm surprised we haven't seen at least Kalen run one time, because I feel like he's a little bit stronger than Tommy Davis. Might be able to get through that line a little bit better.
2nd and 7. Oh, a pass that time to Caden Hardiman. And Hardiman hauls that one in right around the 31-yard line. Gain of 12 that time. So Beatty to Hardiman. That's Caden's 2nd catch of the evening. Kyle now with 131 passing yards here in the first half as Normal Community looks to strike again.
Caden Hardiman hasn't necessarily, he's not the wide receiver 1 on this team for sure, but he's definitely been a big contributor this year. He's had 2 touchdowns in the game against West. He nearly had 100 receiving yards.
Beatty now, they set up to Ivo Austin. Austin's going to be taken down at right around the 30. Well defended that time by the Boilermakers. Gain of about 2 yards on the play as Bradley was able to rally up to the football. Austin's 2nd catch of the day.
And BJ, when you said putting Marquand on the defensive end might tire him out, and it looks like we're starting to see that. We're seeing more receivers that we don't necessarily see catch the ball as often, getting a lot of looks here.
And not only that, they've seen Marquand be targeted a lot, so they're really focusing on Marquand now for sure.
And now Davis off to the right side. He'll get down to about the 25-yard line. So Davis picks up about 3 yards there. So 3rd and 4 now coming up for Normal Community. 3:38 to go here in the 2nd quarter. The Ironmen lead Bradley-Bourbonnais 17-14.
It's going to be interesting what Community decides to do here. It's 3rd and 4. They could always go for a run, but I'm thinking a pass here, unless Kyle Beatty does a little fake. We've seen a lot from his feet today. How many rushing yards is he up to now?
Yeah, Kyle's got 37 yards on 5 carries here so far. He's been a good option for them, and we'll see if they go to him once again. Play clock now under 10 to be able to get this one off. Beatty now back to pass, rolls out, looking downfield. It's going to hit the back of a helmet that time of a Bradley-Bourbonnais defender as the Normal Community fans want a penalty. Never got his head turned to the football, but must not have made much contact that time as Ivo Austin was the intended receiver right there for the Ironmen. and it's going to bring up 4th down and 4.
With the amount of penalties this game has had, I'm actually quite surprised there wasn't a penalty on that play. It looked like he definitely had a piece of Ivo's jersey, and he was all over him.
Yeah, that was Caleb Outerbridge that time, and fortunate because never got his head turned to the football, but the break does not go the Ironman's way there. Beatty now underneath. They get the first down to Hardiman. Hardiman turns it up at the 15. Another penalty flag on the play. We'll see who this is against now.
That looked like that was right about when Caden Hardiman went down. I mean, the penalty, and there's the penalty flags right there.
There's a couple of them here now, and I think this one's going to maybe go against Normal Community just because they're looking at where the spot is. And that usually means it's going to be against the offense. Now, the spot is the 11, so you're hoping here it's a hold, and that would push it back to the 21, which still gives you a first down. So we'll see what the call is from the official and where the official spot is. So don't want to jump ahead of things here because it's close, and the spot is really important on this particular call.
Yeah, the spot is a huge one. With that 4th and 4, it would be a turnover if, oh, now he's moving back.
Yeah, he's going back here. The question is, how far back is he going to go? That becomes the question. They're going to mark it at the 21, and I do believe that is really close to a first down.
Wow.
Lots of boom from the crowd here, but we don't know. Is it a first down for the Ironmen?
Now they're still talking things over. Boy, the officials have been busy so far in this game.
They might be more tired than the players by the end of this.
Yeah, they certainly have thrown a number of flags here so far in this first half. We don't even know what the call is yet officially. I think it was a hold against the Ironmen. That's what we're going with as
Holding on the offense, number 11. 10 yards from the spot of the ball. We will measure for the first down.
they're going to measure. So here comes our chain crew. We haven't seen the chain crew called out yet so far this year. So the chain crew's coming out.
That was holding against quarterback Kyle Beatty, not something you see all the time. There's been some interesting flags thrown.
Yeah, first down for Normal Community. So, Zach, I didn't pick up on that. They called it against Kyle.
They did.
So they said holding against number 11 for Normal Community.
Yeah.
Well, that's also, that does not happen often. We'll just say that the quarterback picks up a holding penalty.
Because who would he be trying to hold?
That's a great question. Well, 1st and 10, we'll move on from here. 1st and 10 now for Normal Community in a very bizarre first half here from Dick Tharp Field. As the Ironmen looking to put their 4th score on the board, 2 touchdowns and a field goal for the Ironmen, 2 touchdowns for Bradley-Bourbonnais, 17-14 our score, 2:50 to go here in the first half. Beatty now rolling out, looking downfield, has a man wide open, touchdown! Marquand Gary, 21 yards out, and Kyle Beatty throws a strike to a wide open Marquand Gary, and the Ironmen put another touchdown on the board. Beatty now with 155 yards through the air, and Normal Community leads 23-14.
And BJU, along with about half of the people in here, were pointing at Marquand Gary. He was wide open, not a Boilermaker in sight.
And Will Castro now will try to add the extra point here. And the kick is up, and the kick is good. Right down the center for Will Castro, and Normal Community extends out to a 24-14 lead. 2:42 to go here in the first half. And now we go to the kickoff. Bradley-Bourbonnais having the football here in an important possession now for Bradley-Bourbonnais because they're going to get the ball to start the second half. So this becomes an important possession here now for the Boilermakers because with 2:42 to go here, if they score before the end of the half, they could get back-to-back possessions, which could possibly give them the lead. So even though a 10-point lead for Normal Community, an important series now coming up for the Ironman defense.
And Bradley is a pretty high-scoring offense. They averaged about, as BJ said in the pregame, 37 points a game. So they definitely are fast-paced, as we've seen, definitely fast-paced from their receivers. Cole's got quite an arm, so even though the clock's ticking down and we're under 3 minutes, definitely got to watch out for Cole's arm because one throw, and it's 24-21.
The winner of this game will play Glenbard East. They were winners over Addison Trail 28-13. Glenbard East was on the road, so if Normal Community wins, they will be on the road next week. So no matter what happens that game is already in the book. So an Ironman win puts them on the road, but a long way to go before that happens. Here's a kick return by the Boilermakers at the 20, and they're going to be snowed under by a number of normal community Ironmen there. I do believe that kick return was by Kenvante Sutton there for Bradley, and he brought it out to the 20.
And you talked about next week's possible matchup for the Ironmen against Glenbard East. And Glenbard East is undefeated at home. They are 5-0. And their only loss was to one of the top 8A teams in a away game by 3.
And Glenbard East is 10-1 on the season. And Zach, do you remember who that team was? He's digging back through the files here. He'll pull that out here in just a second.
I remember they're number 8 in 8A.
South Elgin.
South Elgin, yeah, that's a team that Normal Community's freshman played a couple years ago. As Kenvante Sutton, Marquise Aaron gets his first carry of the night. He lost about a yard, but this will be an interesting drive because right now, the way things are going for Bradley, I would think Ethan Cole and right in his arm here the rest of the half is probably the way to go. The secondary for the Ironmen has struggled so far against this Bradley-Bourbonnais passing attack. Second down and 11. Here's Cole. They got man-to-man coverage to the outside. Oh, it's a drop pass that time. That's really the first mistake Luke Allen's made all night long. And you know what? They're going to have to give Luke Allen some cushion. He has run past them already a couple of times here in this first half, and that's exactly what they did right there, and Allen just couldn't hang on to the football.
Yeah, if we're being honest, the score could be different right now because over on the near side of the field, Luke Allen had that one where he burned 2 Ironman players. If he didn't overthrow that pass a little bit, that could have been a touchdown.
Huge third down. Watch the pass rush up front. See if Normal Community can put some pressure on Ethan Cole here. Bradley-Bourbonnais has a really good passing attack. They've given the Ironmen all sorts of problems here so far. 1:59 to go, second quarter. Let's see if the Ironmen can get some pressure now on Cole on third down. Cole steps up over the middle, and he threw it right into the back that time of Gavin Cole. And Gavin Cole, his brother, hadn't turned around. And you have to think maybe working on that in the backyard. The timing might be there, but not there on that particular play. Gavin's kind of looking at his brother like, I wasn't ready for that at all. So fourth down, and hey, we talked about Bradley-Bourbonnais scoring and then maybe able to score in the second half. Now Normal Community gets the ball back, maybe with a chance to extend the lead.
Yeah, I think you got to thank the defensive line of Community. They're really putting the pressure on Ethan Cole, and although there has been 14 points put up on the board by Bradley, we've seen countless times them putting a hand in his face. I think that definitely had something to do with that.
Kick is away, and now taken by Marquand Gary, and Marquand will catch that football with a fair catch at the 48-yard line in Bradley territory, and nobody from Normal Community made any contact with the kicker that time, so the punt got away, and now it's going to be 1st and 10. And it might be the first series that I can remember in the game where there was no penalties at all on that particular set for
I
Bradley-Bourbonnais.
think that's right. I think that's right.
Yep, it has been a penalty-filled game here so far. Some of those penalties have been holds, offsides, but also some personal foul penalties have popped up quite a bit here in the first half on both sides. So now Normal Community, last time we saw the Ironman, it was a 20-yard touchdown strike from Kyle Beatty to Marquand Gary. We'll see if the Ironman now can put another score on the board. 1:49 to go here before halftime. Kyle's had a great first half here so far. Beatty now back to pass, setting up a middle screen now. They've got Tommy Davis. Davis has the 40, 35, 30. Tommy inside now, and he dropped to the 22. Well set up that time by the Ironman. Downfield. And looking things over, I do not see any penalty flags on the field. So 26 yards for Kyle Beatty to Tommy Davis.
That was Tommy's first big play, and it's interesting because that wasn't a rush. That was off of a pass, and it was thanks to some great blocking from Community. Tommy really just had a nice clear lane where he could just use his strength and his speed to just get a gain of 26 yards right there.
1st and 10 now from the Boilermaker 22. Beatty back to pass. Got a man, he'll be picked off. Intercepted on the play. Just a little bit overthrown that time. Off the hands of Ivo Austin. I'm not sure Ivo even had a shot at it right there. And an interception for Bradley-Bourbonnais, and mark that one down. That one hurts for the Ironmen.
Wow, that was a good defensive play by Bourbonnais. Able to get the feet in bounds, too, because it was right on the sideline. So that's just a good play. But that's not what the Ironmen want to see after making that 26-yard pass to Tommy Davis. That set him up nice to get at least 3 points before the end of the quarter.
Yeah, and it was almost – it didn't even really look like an interception at first. It kind of just, like, plopped into his hands, and he got both feet in. It's good footwork.
Yeah, you only need one in high school,
Oh,
and he was
only
able
one.
to get one down. And so in that situation, though, you could see how much cushion Bradley-Bourbonnais is giving the receivers for Normal Community. So really respecting the speed of the Ironman. It pays off. The Ironmen make a mistake. That ball a little bit overthrown that time by Kyle Beatty. Kyle's had a great first half, 181 yards passing for Beatty in half number one. 129 to work with for Ethan Cole. Cole now back to pass. He eludes Dexter Kneecap, running for the sideline. He's got the 20 and out of bounds. Boy, you got to be careful on that sideline as Ethan Cole picks up a gain. Looks like he got about 9 yards. He might have gotten a first down right there.
And they can thank running back Convante Sutton for that one. He had a really good block against the Ironman. That's what I saw, kind of allowing his quarterback to get that first down.
I was going to say the same thing, Zach. That block really was what did it for him.
Very powerful, just showing off. Not only is he speedy, he's got a lot of muscle, just like Tommy Davis and Kalen Taylor. We're seeing a lot of fast, strong guys here tonight.
Clock is stopped now here. Convante Sutton is going to have nowhere to go. But that's an interesting call here with 1:15 to go in the half. It's going to chew up a lot of time here now for Bradley-Bourbonnais. Convante Sutton has 7 carries for 33 yards. Boy, he might have gotten back to the line of scrimmage. We'll actually call that a gain of 0 right there. I think he got back to the line of scrimmage, maybe a half a yard. Boy, that clock is really ticking away. 55 seconds. An interesting call there on the running play because Bradley burned a ton of time off that clock.
And with 3 timeouts, surprising they didn't call a timeout.
Now Cole will take off with the football, and he's going to be tackled for a gain of about 3. And now Bradley-Bourbonnais will call a timeout right there.
Okay.
I didn't see what happened after the
That's
play
crazy.
was done.
After the play, it looked like the quarterback, he knocked over Dexter and then stepped over him, but no flag was thrown, I don't think.
Well, no flag that we see of as of yet. The official, I do believe, is saying something in the mic, just saying timeout, Bradley-Bourbonnais. So they call timeout with 41 seconds. Interesting here now, it brings up a 3rd down and 7. It's an interesting situation for Bradley-Bourbonnais because if you call a pass here and it's incomplete, now you're punting the ball back to Normal Community with still some time on the clock for the Ironmen to be able to score. So it's an interesting situation right now here for Bradley. What kind of call comes out of this huddle?
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't really go for like a really long pass, maybe some slants, maybe even a hook, something where they can catch it, get about 10 yards, 5 yards really is all they need, and then just go out of bounds.
And pick up, and for a first down will also stop the clock as well, so you can get up to that line of scrimmage rather quickly. The star for Bradley-Bourbonnais here in the first half has been Luke Allen. Boy, Luke Allen has had a terrific first half so far. 3 catches, 94 yards. And, BJ, check that scoring sheet there. Does Luke Allen have both of the touchdowns for Bradley-Bourbonnais here so far in the contest?
Yep.
Yeah, both touchdowns. So 2 touchdowns for Luke Allen. He has been really, really hard on the Ironmen here so far in the first half. 41 seconds to go before halftime. It's 3rd down and 7 coming up here for Bradley-Bourbonnais. The ball is at the 27-yard line in Boilermaker territory. The Ironman defense has given up a couple of touchdowns already to the Boilermakers. Here's now Ethan Cole off the right side. He's got a first down and more good moves that time. He's got the first down all the way out to the 44-yard line. And a gain right there of about 17 yards for Ethan Cole. And he showed in a flash what he can do with the football.
And just like Beatty, Ethan Cole is a very versatile quarterback. He had 3 rushing touchdowns, as I mentioned last week, in that win against St. Charles. So I think he's showing off his speed, his feet there, just like Kyle Beatty's showing off his rushing talent as well this game.
Yeah, it might even be a little bit faster than Kyle because he rolled out so quick and just took off.
And it was an interesting play call because we were talking about expecting a pass call or a little short pass, and instead the quarterback runs it, which is something that Community also did today on 3rd and 8. So both of these teams are actually, I'm seeing a lot of similarities. They got a lot of strengths and not that many weaknesses.
Definitely a lot of similarities, especially defensively, too, because they both got excellent defensive lines. Obviously, the Bourbonnais run game hasn't been able to get too much off, and same with Community. So these teams are really neck and neck right now.
Well, our Unit 5 partners across the way ended their season today in East St. Louis as Normal West lost to the Flyers down there. But congratulations to Normal West on a terrific football season, but their season comes to an end this afternoon in the second round of the playoffs. Well, East St. Louis is awfully good. That's a tough trip. Ethan Cole now back to pass. Going to look underneath. He's got a man at the 48 and trying to get out of bounds. I think he did. Yes, he did. Clock is going to continue to run, though, as he's forced out of bounds. I think Bradley-Bourbonnais is going to have to take another timeout here with 22 seconds now on the clock. And I do believe they burned a timeout.
Does going out of bounds not stop the clock in high school?
It is, but I do believe if both of those feet then come down in bounds on that particular play, and they did not stop it in time, so there'll be 25 seconds on the clock. That's a great question, BJ, for the side judge. It was actually the referee that kept that clock moving, and I'm not sure exactly what the discrepancy is of moving the clock and stopping the clock in that particular situation. That's a really good question. Second down and 2, though, for Bradley-Bourbonnais here, as they had to burn another timeout on that particular play. The Boilermakers have no timeouts left now. They've got about 47 yards to go. It's right between the 47 and the 48. So a situation now here for the Boilermakers. Ethan Cole now has 112 yards passing here in the first half. And that pass right there was to Ty Alderson. That is Alderson's first catch of the game.
Yeah, and moving back to the Big 12, you talked about West. We're also awaiting P&D. They're in 4A playoffs. We're awaiting their game today.
Yeah, that was 14-14 the last time I saw. We'll try to get a P&D score here. Maybe we'll do that at halftime. We'll pick up a score for Peoria Notre Dame. They're a dangerous 4A team playing in the Big 12 conference with 6A and 7A teams. Ethan Cole now back to pass. Plenty of time. He's going to air it out looking deep. Man downfield. It's knocked away.
Marquand Gary knocked that one.
Yep, Marquand was right there and was able to step in and make the play right there.
Yeah, that was just sheer athleticism there. He showed how high he can jump up and just kind of blocked it away. It's interesting to see. We're seeing Dexter play both sides of the ball quite a bit, and we're seeing Marquand play both sides of the ball, and they're both very effective, and they don't seem tired.
Yeah, we have seen Dexter play a lot more of that tight end position tonight than we've seen in the past, and really haven't seen Marquand out at the corner hardly at all this year, so that's the respect the Ironmen have for Bradley-Bourbonnais and the tussle that they are getting so far tonight. 19 seconds to go in the half. Bradley's got a long way to go. At the normal community 47, that's towards the boundary that time and overthrown. A good thing he overthrew that ball because there was an Ironman defender ready to cut right in front. Let's see, that was number 17. Oh, that's Jace Wilson right there. Yep, and then Jace, if that pass is thrown right on the line, Jace is right there to pick it off and go the other way.
Definitely would have picked that off.
And now with 16 seconds left, it's a 4th and 3. It looks like Bradley-Bourbonnais, they're going to go for it.
Yeah, you got to get a first down here first if for Bradley-Bourbonnais. So Marquise Aaron is going to come back. He's got that one carry for -1 yards. Cole now, it's going to be a draw. He's going to pick up the first down. Boy, he got hit hard on the play. They're going to have to ground it. I'm not sure they're going to get this one off. There's 8 seconds left. They got a first down, so the clock does stop in this situation. And boy, Ethan Cole got hit hard on the play. And
Brady Augustin's favoring his right arm. He's down on the bench. He looks like he's in quite a lot of pain.
So that's Brady Augustin that came off right there. Let's see if they get him set now. And now they're gonna have a stoppage to play. Normal community is gonna take a timeout. Well, interesting call by the Ironmen right there, as this might be our last play of the half here. 8 seconds to go. You could still throw something to the sideline and get out of bounds, be able to stop the clock if you're Bradley-Bourbonnais. But it's going to be difficult, even with a pass over the middle. It's really hard to get everybody lined up in time before that clock starts on a first down in the middle of the field. So maybe something towards the sideline, and you throw it towards the end zone. If you're running out of time, it's going to have to be a heave here for Bradley-Bourbonnais and try to get one of those tipped passes or something that was really fortunate to happen in the end zone.
We know that Cole has the arm to do this. And a little injury update for Brady. He's still on that bench. He's been huge for the Ironmen this season, including 3 interceptions, 2 pick sixes, 2 forced fumbles, and 2 sacks. He's had great stats this season. He's still just lying on that bench.
Ethan Cole on the night has 5 completions for 112 yards, so hasn't had a tremendous number of completions, but when he's thrown it and they've caught it, it's gone for some pretty good yardage. The big one was in that first quarter. Luke Allen had that touchdown catch for 59 yards. And I do believe now Gavin Cole, is that correct? Is he in the contest here in that backfield? We'll try to get a number here. Back to pass now. Yeah, it's Gavin Cole. Cole trying to step up. Clock is running out, and he's going to throw it away with 1 second on the clock and another penalty on the play.
Looks like Dexter Kneecap almost got to Cole there. He was really trying, outstretching his arms there. I think that made Cole scramble and kind of threw off the whole offense.
Yeah, legal man downfield against Bradley-Bourbonnais is the call, so that'll back them up 5 yards and put the ball right inside normal community territory at the 49. So let's see if Gavin is back out there. Nope, there's brother Ethan coming back on the field here. So the senior now back in the lineup.
I wonder what the decision was for that. I wonder, like, maybe they got some different strengths that they play to, or
I just think that Ethan took a pretty good shot at the end of that play and just trying to maybe get everything stabilized for him on the sideline. But good to see him back on the field here for Bradley-Bourbonnais. 1 second on the clock. It's going to have to be a heave to the end zone. As pressure, Dexter Kneecap has him, and down he goes. Half over here from Normal Community High School. Dexter Kneecap gets to the quarterback, and the Ironmen lead it at halftime. Normal Community 24, Bradley-Bourbonnais 14 in a wild, bizarre first half, as Dexter Kneecap gets the sack to end the half. And let's just get some thoughts here, guys, about our first half. BJ, let's start with you. Your thoughts on half number one?
I think both teams defensively are playing excellent. Both defensive lines are really carrying that defense, stopping the run game on both sides. For Bradley-Bourbonnais' offense, the pass game is looking super good. Ethan Cole has a great arm. And a lot of those passes that were incompletions, really the receivers got open. They beat the corners really well. So if those get completed, that's going to be more points on the board for Bradley. And for the Ironmen, the run game, unfortunately, is not working out too well right now because that's a huge part of their game normally. But they seem to be getting some things good on the pass in the pass game, minus the interception.
Zach, your thoughts in the first half?
Offensively, like BJ said, we haven't been seeing as much from the rushing game, but we've been seeing a lot on the passing game. 2 passing touchdowns from Kyle Beatty, if I'm correct on that. Definitely seeing a lot of people involved. Marquand, Ivo, Caden, Dexter, and even Tommy Davis had a reception as well. Also, a little injury update on Brady Augustin. He is up and moving around. He gave a thumbs up a little earlier, so hopefully he's going to be healthy and okay to go. We'll keep an eye on that as well. On the defensive end, we're seeing 2 really well-matched opponents. Their defensive lines have done a great job of stopping that running game on both sides of the ball. And this has been the closest game that we've seen from Community this year. Quite a back-and-forth game. It's going to be interesting what we're going to see in the second half.
Yeah, we knew this was going to be a tough one. Normal Community led at halftime against Pekin last year in the second round. Couldn't quite hang on. We'll see if they can hang on in this one in half number 2. It's going to be an exciting second half from Dick Tharp Field. Our halftime score right now, Normal Community 24 and Bradley-Bourbonnais 14. Stay with us here on the Inkspot. We'll tell you a little bit about what's going on with the rest of the sports and activities at Normal Community at halftime. We'll be back here in about 15 minutes or so. We'll run through some stats. We'll talk about the first half. And most importantly, we'll bring you half number 2. Our halftime score, Normal Community 24 and Bradley-Bourbonnais 14.
Are you enjoying our broadcast of Ironman football?
What about our on-the-spot videos keeping you informed on the students of Normal Community?
Or what we're known for, our inspiring, entertaining, and award-winning stories?
If so, consider supporting us at nchsinkspot.com. On every story, there is a link to donate to the Inkspot's journalistic mission.
Your financial support plays a vital role in enabling the Inkspot to invest in top-tier equipment, maintain memberships in distinguished professional organizations, compete in contests, and attend conventions.
Your generosity is the key to providing us with a truly enriching educational experience.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Abby Rubish, the editor-in-chief of the NCHS Inkspot. I'm asking for your support on either Infinite Campus, where you can buy a subscription to our print edition, or by purchasing ad space on our website, in our print edition, or as part of our broadcasts that reach hundreds of viewers every week. You can also consider becoming a friend of the Inkspot. For more information on these opportunities, visit the support tab at nchsinkspot.com. Hi, I'm Abby Rubish, the editor-in-chief of the NCAA Chess Inkspot. I'm asking for your support on either Infinite Campus, where you can buy a subscription to our print edition, or by purchasing ad space on our website, in our print edition, or as part of our broadcasts that reach hundreds of viewers every week. You can also consider becoming a friend of the Inkspot. For more information on these opportunities, visit the support tab at nchsinkspot.com.
Are you enjoying our broadcast of Ironman football?
What about our on-the-spot videos keeping you informed on the students of Normal Community?
Or what we're known for, our inspiring, entertaining, and award-winning stories?
If so, consider supporting us at nchsinkspot.com. On every story, there is a link to donate to the Inkspot's journalistic mission.
Your financial support plays a vital role in enabling the Inkspot to invest in top-tier equipment, maintain memberships in distinguished professional organizations, compete in contests, and attend conventions.
Your generosity is the key to providing us with a truly enriching educational experience.
Thank you.
Dexter Kneecap, 3 catches for 59 and a touchdown for Dexter off the fake punt. And Tommy Davis had 1 catch for 26. Those are the numbers for the Ironmen. We'll try to get you some total numbers for Normal Community here in just a second. Look like the Ironmen had 240 total yards in the first half, though Bradley-Bourbonnais did a great job stuffing the run in the first half. The Ironmen just 59 rushing yards in half number 1. For Bradley-Bourbonnais, Ethan Cole is 5 for 13 for 112 yards and 2 touchdowns in the first half. Marquise Aaron was 1 carry for -1. Kenvonte Sutton had 7 carries for 32. Ethan Cole had 7 carries for 32. 61 rushing yards for Bradley-Bourbonnais. How about Luke Allen in the first half? Number 14, the wide receiver for Bradley-Bourbonnais. 3 catches for 94 yards and a couple of touchdowns. Cole threw for a couple touchdowns in that first half. 24-14 our score. Let's run down the scoring at the 8:04 mark of the first quarter. Kyle Beatty got a 44-yard touchdown pass to Dexter Kneecap. That was off a fake punt. Extra point is good, 7-0 Ironman. Bradley-Bourbonnais tied it up with 4:57 to go in the first quarter. Pass to Luke Allen for 59 yards. Extra point is good. That was from Ethan Cole. Normal Community got a field goal from 32 yards out from Will Castro to make it 10-7. That was at the 11:56 mark. At the 6:47 mark, Normal Community got a 4-yard touchdown run by Kyle Beatty, made it 17-7. Bradley-Bourbonnais got on the board, 5:43 to go second quarter, touchdown pass to Luke Allen, 17-14 at that point. And then the last score of the first half, 2:42 to go in the half, a 21-yard touchdown pass from Kyle Beatty to Marquand Gary. Able to haul that one in. It's 24-14 at the break. Well, it was a wild first half, but Zach, give us a quick update. One of the teams in our side of the bracket advancing on was Downers Grove North. Give us an update in that contest, because that does impact Normal Community a little bit, not much at this point, but maybe farther down the line if they're able to advance here in the playoffs. Well,
Undefeated Arlington Heights Hersey, who was the number 4 team in 7A, just lost a thriller 24-21 to number 13 Downers Grove North. Now, Downers Grove North did have 2 losses on the season and took down the undefeated Hersey team. Even though they were down 21-10, they came back, had back-to-back touchdowns, and no response from Hersey. So Downers Grove North will be heading to Lincoln Way West next, well, Saturday or Friday, we're not sure yet.
Probably going to be Saturday, and
Probably.
you can pretty much expect most games to be Saturday now here. The rest of the way for most teams, there'll be a sprinkle here of Friday night games, but it's going to be a lot of Saturday action now here, the rest of the playoffs. So, again, the winner of this game gets Glenbard East. That will be on the road for Normal Community in that particular contest. For Bradley-Bourbonnais, I do believe that one to be on the road as well, because Glenbard East is the higher seed, and Bradley-Bourbonnais had a home game, then on the road. Glenbard East had exactly the same thing. They were on the road as well, so I do believe that would be at Glenbard East, so that would be a tough matchup. But Downers Grove North now was able to win that contest. Arlington Heights Hersey in the 7A poll was kind of number 2, number 3, kind of back and forth with Batavia a little bit. So that's a big win for Downers Grove North. Of course, number 1 all year from the very beginning has been Chicago Mount Carmel in Class 7A, and the Caravan still heavy favorites to lift the trophy at Hancock Stadium in a few weeks.
And taking a look at Glenbard East, who's going to be the opponent of whoever wins this game. We talked about it earlier. They only have 1 loss on the season. A really close game to a really great opponent as well. The number 7 8A team, South Elgin. They lost by a field goal to them. They also were tied for first in their conference, Upstate 8, which is a really respected conference. And they've been 4-1 versus teams with winning records, so they definitely are not afraid of great teams, led by their defense, only giving up a touchdown a game.
Well, here we go. Half number 2 is on its way from Dick Tharp Field, and boy, Normal Community has that 10-point lead, but Bradley-Bourbonnais has that quick strike offense, and they'll take over right around the 33-yard line. That was, that time, Kinvante Sutton, who was down on a knee that time as the ball came to him. So that's where Bradley-Bourbonnais now will take over 1st and 10. It's going to be at the 34-yard line. So good field position here for the Boilermakers to start this drive.
Yeah, that's definitely dangerous for them in the Ironmen, because we know Ethan Cole has that long arm that he can just throw these deep balls with. So this good field position is obviously a great thing for them.
It's actually been interesting, though. Good field position for the Boilermakers hasn't been much of a difference. I mean, they were pinned back at about their own 5, and they ended up getting a touchdown on that drive.
Here's a sweep around the outside. First time we've seen this, and it'll give me a nice 9-yard gain trying to get the ball to Tyron Bender. Really the first time we've seen Bender touch the football. I'm sure they talked about that at halftime. We got to get him the football.
Yeah, that was pretty surprising that we haven't seen much of him all game, because he had such a big game last week.
Yeah, last week with over 100 yards and 2 touchdowns. And just a little fun fact, Tyron Bender runs a 49-400, which is a quarter of a mile. So he runs a quarter of a mile in 49 seconds.
Yeah, quite an athlete, and did a nice job right there. Kinvante Sutton has a first down for Bradley-Bourbonnais. He's to midfield. An 8-yard gain right there. Now Sutton's got 40 yards on the night. Maybe he's starting to find it a little bit as well. That's a first down for Bradley-Bourbonnais.
In an injury update, it looks like Brady Augustin is back out there. He looks healthy. That was a little scare at the end of the first half. It's nice to see him back out there.
Yeah, I was talking to some of the fans outside. They said they saw the helmet that came off of Ethan actually hit him in the arm. So if that's what the case is, that's best case scenario for Brady.
Definitely is.
And we do get an offsides here against Bradley-Bourbonnais. That's going to move them back 5 yards. So it's going to bring up a first down and 15 now here for the Boilermakers. They trail 24-14. The clock running again now with 11 minutes to go in the third.
Not even a minute in, and we already got a penalty.
Yeah, we had a bunch of them in the first half. We don't keep penalty statistics up here, so there were a bunch of them in half number 1. It slowed down both teams. Here's now a handoff again to Sutton. He's taken down in the backfield. Normal Community stepping up and making the play right there. Guys, did you get a number there?
Cooper Caraway, number 29, with a big flex after that play. The tackle for a loss. It is now 2nd and 15.
Cooper Caraway wearing that big club. Jace Wilson as well on that defense. Not slowing them down, though. 2nd down and about 17 yards to go now here for the Boilermakers. 10:16 to go, third quarter. Bradley trails 24-14. Ethan Cole now sets up. looks, now scampers out of the pocket, looking downfield. He's going to avoid one man. He's going to find the 50 and hit out of bounds.
He actually avoided Cooper Caraway there.
Yeah, that's just pure athleticism from the quarterback. He was able to read the defense and just get out of there as quickly as possible.
He's shown off a big arm to us early on with that, what was it, over 50-yard touchdown throw to Luke Allen, and now he's throwing off how speedy, or he's showing off how speedy he can be as well.
Yeah, I think his best throw was actually an incompletion that was almost brought down, I believe, by either Gavin Cole or Luke Allen on the far sideline. There's a lot of question whether that was a completion or an incompletion. They called it incomplete, but that was a great throw to the boundary. Ethan Cole now back to pass, looking to the sideline. Underneath, and that one is going to sail right past Luke Allen. It's an incompletion there for the Boilers. And I do believe there's no penalties on the play, so it's going to be 4th down and 11.
Marquand Gary is on Luke Allen. I think we should expect to see that a lot in this second half. Anton Cassell did do a decent job against Luke Allen, but Allen just has an extra step on him. He's got quite a lot of speed. I also would expect to see a lot from Tiny Bender, Tyron Bender in the second half.
Will be penalized. Discontinue the music.
All right, so no music while the offense has the ball.
Interesting.
And I guess I didn't notice it. I'm sure it might be going on, but so the official making sure that no music while Bradley-Bourbonnais has the football. The officials have been busy here so far this evening. 9:57 and
There's
now
a flag.
another delay of game.
Dead ball. Delay
I
game.
think they're just going to give their punter maybe a little bit more room here to try to hem the Ironmen in. So 4th down and 16 now, and now they're just going to bring the straight punt team on. Ethan Cole kind of stays out there if it's a questionable situation. And now Bradley-Bourbonnais will punt the football away. One thing for the Ironmen, we saw that first touchdown and a penalty on roughing the kicker was costly for Normal Community.
And that was another time when Ethan Cole looked like he was going to go, oh.
No, he
the
punts it
punt-
away. It's
oh.
blocked. It's blocked by the Ironman. The ball's going to roll dead at right around the 46-yard line. I think Cooper Caraway got in on that one as well.
No, that was Caden Moss. That was Caden Moss getting a hand
Good
on it.
call, BJ. Caden Moss got in there on that one.
He's back and he's healthy. What a block punt right there. We've seen a lot. We saw a lot of that last week, which obviously had a lot to do with the weather. This week, perfect weather. He just got in there and got a piece of that ball.
That might be the momentum shifter that the Ironmen need to really rally and get a score here.
Definitely feeling an energy shifter in the building, or not building, at Dick Tharp Field here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And now Normal Community trying to pounce on this possession here. Already up by 10 points, trying to add to their lead here in the third quarter. 9:50 left in the third. Kyle Beatty, and now a penalty here. This is going to be on the Ironmen.
Sideline warning, Bradley-Bourbonnais.
Sideline warning. I think they got a sideline warning in the first half, if I believe that is correct.
I think that
Maybe
was
they
us.
Did not.
That was us that got
I
it.
know we got one. They did not get one. So that's going to be their first. So both teams have a sideline warning now. And we are ready to put this one in play here. 1st and 10 at the Bradley-Bourbonnais 45-yard line. Now Beatty gets the ball back, looking for a man downfield. He rifles it down there. It's well underthrown, and it might have been caught. We'll see what the call is.
It's incomplete
On the play. Marquand Gary trying to get back to the football right there. A Boilermaker is slow in getting up on the play for Bradley-Bourbonnais. Bradley-Bourbonnais, that's Ben Lovell that time that came in on Beatty. And boy, Kyle got some pressure, and that was the key right there for Bradley-Bourbonnais. He couldn't throw it when he wanted to. He had to step up a little bit, and that throw was well underthrown.
Yeah, and that was a play we don't see too often from the Ironmen. We have seen them run that one time. I think they scored on it. It was earlier in the season.
Against West.
Yeah.
And I think they used Marquand on that one.
I think Marquand was a target on that play too as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
2nd down and 10 now for Normal Community. Clock stopped at 9:42 to go here in the third quarter. Handoff down to Davis, and Davis is hit right at the line of scrimmage. Great job by that Bradley-Bourbonnais defense once again. Number of players in there now for Bradley-Bourbonnais. Marcus Venardi was in there, the linebacker. Sam Chavez, the linebacker as well, and nowhere for Davis to go.
Yeah, this is something we keep mentioning it, but it keeps happening. Throughout this season, we've seen Tommy Davis be really consistent, and even if he does get a slow start, we haven't seen that breakaway run where he gets a first down. We've seen a lot of 2-yard gains, 3-yard gains, or no gain at all.
11 carries for 22 yards for Tommy Davis. 9 minutes now left in the third, 24-14. Beatty now rolls out near side, looking downfield. Kyle's going to scramble. He's got a lot of room to run. He'll let it go and over the head of that time, looking for Dexter Kneecap. I think if Kyle might have found himself to the far side of the field, there was a lot of room to be able to run. A lot of the Bradley defense was downfield, but Kyle threw that ball over the head of Dexter Kneecap and incomplete, and the Ironmen will have to punt the football away.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. If he would have got back to that far side, there was a gap in the Bourbonnais defense. He could have at least got 8-9 yards off that run.
Now keep an eye here. We saw that trick play earlier. It is Kyle Beatty back here. I also see Alex Binion on the line, the tight end for Community.
Now Kyle will punt the football away. It's a high punt. It's going to hit right around the 15-yard line, take a normal Community bounce, and what a bounce it is. All the way down to the 1. Boy, you can't do any better than that. The Ironmen let it hit. It was a great roll by normal Community, and they're able to down it inside the 2-yard line down to the 1.
And it looked like that was Cole Morstatter there that picked it up right at that 1-yard line. What a bounce. It rolled nearly 20 yards.
Yeah, great bounce that time, and now Bradley-Bourbonnais is about as deep as you can be in your own territory here. And we'll see if the Ironman defense might be able to come up with a safety. We've seen them do it before. This will be interesting to see how aggressive Bradley-Bourbonnais is coming out as deep in their own end as they are.
Yeah.
Not only have we seen it before, we've seen it 3 times in the last 2 weeks. Community has sacked a team in their own end zone 3 times, back-to-back weeks.
You know, I think we credit the offense and defense of the Ironmen a lot, but we don't give enough credit to the special teams who have made some huge, huge plays throughout the course of the season.
Yeah, pinned him to the 1.
Cole now back to pass over the middle. He's got a man. He can't quite connect with him. That was Gavin Cole, who sprung open for just a moment.
It looked like Keegan Buckner might have even got a finger on it or a hand on it. The ball seemed to wobble a little bit when it got to the receiver.
Unofficially, I've got Ethan Cole now 5 for 16 for 112 yards. And now facing a 2nd down and 10. The ball on their own 1-yard line. And we'll see again. But that was an aggressive play call there from Bradley-Bourbonnais coming out that deep in their own end.
Yeah, I think one thing that they're gonna talk about at home is those incompletions from brother to brother there.
And now a completion to Luke Allen. That's a 1st down for Bradley-Bourbonnais. Boy, he kind of sat right in the hole of that zone for normal Community. And it's a 20-yard gain that time from Ethan Cole. That's his first completion of the second half.
And although emotions have been high here today, we saw some good sportsmanship right there. Keegan Buckner was helping Luke Allen up. He kind of fell over down at Community's bench. It is nice to see, even though it's a playoff game, lots of emotion, that both of these teams are still, they're being civil, they're being respectful.
Well, maybe if he didn't pick him up, he might have got a flag.
4 catches for 114 yards for Luke Allen so far. Kenvonte Sutton looking for a hole, just not a whole lot there. Might have gotten a yard. He is still pushing forward, though. And now finally a whistle on the play. And let's see, I do believe that was Kenvonte Sutton that had the football there, and it was. Actually, he picked up about 3 yards on that particular carry. So that pile pushed forward a lot more than I thought it did.
Yeah, in this second half, we're starting to see more from Sutton. They're seeing more holes in Community's line. I know Community's line does have to start getting tired, but they have done a great job of staying composed, and they're still doing a great job as Bradley has been scoreless in the second half.
Cole now back to pass, underthrown and incomplete, and again, right up near that line of scrimmage. That was either Caden Moss or Dexter Kneecap. I think that was Caden that time that got his hands up, and Cole had to throw over the top, and an incompletion that time for Ethan Cole. So 3rd down and 7 now for Bradley-Bourbonnais. 7:23 to go here, 3rd quarter. 24-14 in favor of normal Community.
I think we're seeing that how big of a game changer Caden Moss is with him being able to defend that pass and the block punt earlier. That he's just a great player for the Ironmen.
And keep an eye on Marquand Gary. He is on Tiny Bender right now.
Handoff now to Kenvonte Sutton. An interesting call there on 3rd down. He does not get to the 1st down marker. It's going to bring up a 4th down now here for Bradley-Bourbonnais. A gain of about 5 yards that time for Sutton. It's 4th and 2 now for Bradley-Bourbonnais. And looks like they're gonna punt the football. The punt team is on. That would be a big risk for Bradley-Bourbonnais. So they will punt the ball away now with 6:53 to go here in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, it was a little surprise there because they had been doing that thing where they would let the penalty fly, go back 5 yards, just trying to get community offsides. They're just going for the punch straight up here.
Now we'll see if they try to draw normal community offsides here. You're going to have to be disciplined. There's the snap, and we do see a flag now. The play clock was at 2, so it couldn't have been a delay of game. Had to be something at the line of scrimmage.
Dead ball foul, false start, number 21 of the offense. 5-yard penalty.
Looks like Bourbonnais kind of played tricks on themselves, trying to get us off sides, and they end up having a false start of their own. Now it's 4th and 7 for the Boilermakers.
Yeah, the Ironmen doing a good job of not jumping at that little fake right there, because the 3 Bourbonnais players definitely went up like they were about to start playing, and they got me a little bit.
Yeah.
Community blocked the last punch. This time can't get to it. Marquand Gary will make a fair catch signal at the 48-yard line, and that's where the normal community offense will take over. The last couple times we've seen the normal community offense, they were stopped by Bradley-Bourbonnais on the last drive and an interception on the drive before that. So the Boilermaker defense has stepped up and been able to stop normal community. The Ironmen still lead 24-14, 6:20 to go here in the second half. Before we go any further, just like to thank all of our sponsors here, 2023 live stream here on the Inkspot, and also to the Friends of Ironman Football, who are our sponsors here in the playoffs. Thank you to them for getting this game on the normal community live stream. It is so much appreciated. We are really enjoying bringing you this game here tonight. 6:20 in the third, 24-14. The Ironmen have the lead. Tommy Davis across the 50. Tommy's going to plow ahead across the 45. He's close to the 44. Give Tommy a gain of 7. And believe it or not, that is Tommy's largest run of the game of 7 yards. And that tells you what Bradley-Bourbonnais has been able to do. They've been really good.
Yeah, I was going to say that has to be one of the best runs we've seen from him all day, and that's way different. See, there it is.
Oh, it was a fake
Oh,
by
Kyle
Beatty.
faked it.
Yeah, Kyle Beatty that time kept it. Too bad he didn't see Marquand Gary, who was near the sideline. He could have thrown it to Marquand. Marquand kind of standing all by himself. Who knows what he would have done with the football. So a loss that time, about 3 yards for Beatty.
Yeah, it looks, we have 3 wide receivers all lined up on our side.
Third down now. Now here it is to Marquand. Marquand catches it. He's got the 40. First down, normal community to the 35. Marquand Gary goes out of bounds. It's a 12-yard gain for the Ironmen. No flags on the play. And that's the first completion for Kyle here in the second half. Marquand has his 4th catch for 66 yards.
If the Ironmen need a first down, it kind of seems like that's one of the go-tos for the Ironmen. Marquand can always juke a defender out, really use his speed, and it seems like that's one of Marquand's specialties. And even though he's not running downfield and it's a lateral pass, he still gets about 10 yards every time.
Absolutely a playmaker. Now Kalen Taylor has the ball. Kalen's got the 30. I think he's out of bounds, and a penalty flag comes in. So we'll see what the call is from the official.
Yeah, last half I was wondering why we haven't seen Kalen run the ball too much, because obviously Tommy's struggling to get more than 7 yards on a run, so I wouldn't see the problem with throwing in Kalen, seeing if he could do a little bit better.
Yeah, I think it also has a lot to do with the line as well. Now we're replaying the first down here.
Yeah, we had a holding penalty against normal community, so flags coming back out. We had a pretty quiet, penalty-free kind of first 7 minutes of the half here, but a penalty comes in against normal community now for a holding penalty, and that's going to push the Ironmen back. Yeah, first time we've seen Kalen. I think that's his first carry of the game right there. So negated by the holding penalty. Now the Ironmen in a hole here. First down and 18 for normal community. 4:55 for the third. 24-14 in favor of the Ironmen.
Yeah, and this is where you think, are they going to go for more of a long shot here?
Nope, it's Tommy Davis off the right side. Tommy across the 40. Pile continues to be pushed forward, and another flag comes in. We'll see now what the call is from the official here.
I'm really wondering what the flag is on that one. It was both teams kind of just pushing against each other. You really wouldn't expect to see a flag there unless there was some kind of face mask or something like that.
We'll see what the call is.
We've seen almost every kind of penalty tonight.
Yeah, we certainly
Oh,
have.
for real.
And just to clarify, we had kind of talked about that. Kyle Beatty had picked up a holding penalty. I actually think it was called on Kalen Taylor in the first half. They just had the wrong number, 21 instead of 11 in half number 1. So just a little bit of an explanation of what happened there.
That definitely would make more sense, because we were all confused.
Number 7 of the offense. It's a 10-yard penalty for the previous spot. First down.
So another holding penalty here against normal community. I do believe it's going to bring up a first down and 28 now for the Ironmen. So back-to-back holding calls against Normal Community. So the Ironmen are going to have to really clean things up here in the second half. 4:45 now to go. Beatty now is trying to set up a screen. Nowhere for Kyle to go. He does throw it to Kalen Taylor, who can't hang on at the end there. But Bradley-Bourbonnais had pretty much snuffed that play out and nowhere to go. So after Kyle had 181 yards passing in the first half, just 22 second half passing yards on one completion here so far in the first 7 minutes and 21 seconds.
Yeah, Beatty was getting chased down there by, I think, Carter Holtz there, and he kind of just had to throw it really quick to Taylor. And although Taylor dropped it, that is a dart from just about 5 yards.
We'll see if they throw it back to Marquand here and just see if he can make something happen on second down and a country mile. 2nd and 28 here now for the Ironmen. Beatty now will throw the ball to Marquand. He's got it at the 45, makes a man miss at the 40. Marquand spins, and he'll be tackled at the 40, brought down right there. So at least a third down and somewhat of a manageable situation here as 12 yards on the pitch and catch right there.
Yeah, we're starting to see more and more from Marquand, which is interesting because we're seeing him on both sides of the ball. It seems like he's not getting much rest at all, but he does not seem phased, spinning off defenders there. He's having himself a great night, even though not necessarily, if you look at the stats, still good stats, but you really have to be here and be watching this to see just the greatness from Marquand Gary tonight.
Yeah, he's got 5 catches for 78 yards. Kyle now over 200 yards passing for the night. Beatty now back to pass. Look in the middle of the field. He's got Marquand Gary there. Marquand had to break one tackle to get a first down, but it's close now. Marquand's brought down to about the 29-yard line. Going to bring up a 4th down and 5 coming up. It's about 10-yard completion on that particular play.
Now this is a choice for the Ironmen here. They're going to go for it.
4th down and 5 now in
Looks like
Bradley-Bourbonnais territory. Yep, at the 29-yard line. An important play on both sides here. Now Kyle will look things over against this Boilermaker defense, as Bradley has given a lot of cushion to the Normal Community receivers with the 4th and 3rd and 2nd and long. Not going to be able to do it here. Beatty back to pass. Kyle looks, has a man open. First down, Normal Community. It's Marquand Gary. And Gary will turn upfield at the 20. And the Ironmen get it all back off that holding yardage. And they are given a ton of cushion for the receivers right now for the Ironmen.
Marquand's 3rd straight reception, 4th reception of the drive, and they've each been for about, what, like 12, 10 yards?
Yeah, he's gone now for 12, 10, and now 10 again. But you're right, Zach, 12, 10, 12, 10 in 4 receptions. And again, that's been the cushion that Bradley-Bourbonnais has been given to those receivers for Normal Community.
And it's really been the same route.
Beatty now keeps it, and he's going to slide down. He just lost his footing that time. Kyle probably got back to the line of scrimmage. That's about as far as he got on that particular play. So no gain for Kyle Beatty.
Yeah, minus that run play there, this has been a textbook drive from the Ironmen. You can't get any better than that.
Yeah, Kyle, we're going to give him a gain of 1 now on the play. 2:52 to go here in the 3rd quarter. 24-14 in favor of the Ironmen. 2nd down and 9. Beatty did get 1 positive yard on that particular play. And this is where Bradley's defense has been a lot tougher, is when the Ironmen have gotten down in the red zone. Bradley-Bourbonnais did a little bit of bend but don't break here defensively this evening.
Yeah, keep an eye out for Caden Hardiman here.
And that's Tommy Davis now, and Davis is not going to get anywhere close to that first down marker. Tommy maybe got a half a yard. We'll call it no gain that time for Davis, as, again, those defensive tackles inside and the linebackers inside for Bradley-Bourbonnais have been awfully tough against this Normal Community offense.
Looks like Marquand just came in for Cole Morstatter, and Tommy Davis is off the field as well. Going for, we got Alex Binion, Marquand Gary, Caden Hardiman out there. I don't think Kneecap is out there right now, but Ivo Austin is as well, so that's 4 targets that Kyle Beatty's definitely hoping to hit here on this 3rd and 9.
3rd and 9 now for the Ironmen. Kalen Taylor's in the backfield, and we have another penalty flag. I think this is going to be a false start here against Normal Community. And so far, 25 yards of penalties against the Ironmen just on this drive alone. Had to overcome 2 holding penalties to get a first down. And now an offsides penalty here against Normal Community. It's going to bring up a 3rd down and 14 here now for the Ironmen. 1:47 to go in the 3rd quarter. Thanks for joining us on the Inkspot tonight. Joel Swanson, Zach Knox-Doyle, BJ Dumas bringing to the action. Bella Green is our executive producer. Mr. Brad Bovenkirk is on the camera tonight. Appreciate all their efforts throughout the season and also this evening. Minute and a half now to go here in the third quarter. Normal Community facing a 3rd down and 14. The Ironmen at the Bradley-Bourbonnais 23-yard line. Beatty now fakes the handoff to Taylor. Beatty now pumps, nowhere to go, and he is going to be sacked and brought down by the Bradley-Bourbonnais defense. A loss of 2 yards on the play. And whoever Kyle was looking at, it certainly closed in a hurry because he pulled that ball down fast and tried to find some running room.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see from the Ironmen. They just made that 28 yards to make up from these 2 holding penalties to get that 1st down. Then 4 straight plays of just nothing really going for them. And then they had Kalen have that penalty earlier too.
It looked like Kyle's eyes were on Ivo Austin there, and they did do a good job of closing up that hole there. Now, this would be a 41-yard field goal, so it looks like Community's going to go for it.
They'll go for it here with 40 seconds now to go in the third quarter. Beatty now back to pass, looking downfield, trying to set things up. He is going to be brought down. Boy, he took a huge loss on the play, and that's big because that is going to set Bradley-Bourbonnais up with really good field position. That's a loss of 21 there for the Ironmen on the play. I do believe they're going to mark it at the 41-yard line. I think that's where they're going to mark the ball.
Yeah, that was the senior Victor Rogers there. It looked like Kyle was really trying to break free there. There's like a couple opportunities where you're like, why isn't he throwing it? But if he does, that could easily get picked off because he was kind of just spinning in circles with how Victor just had him on the ropes.
Yeah, it was interesting to see what they were trying to set up on that play. If that was a screen they were trying to set up there, it just wasn't open. But now Bradley-Bourbonnais got the ball. 32 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Nobody has scored in the third quarter here so far after a lot of offense in that first half on both sides. Another low snap that time, and Allen has it. He's going to be able to turn the corner. He's across the 50. He's into Normal Community territory. And I do believe he was pushed out right around the 40-yard line. Gain of 19 for Luke Allen on 1st down. And for Luke Allen, that is his first carry of the night, and it's a good one.
Yeah, that's the first time we've seen Allen run the ball. He's really a dual threat, just really using that speed to get past those defenders.
Yeah, and I think the lack of scoring in the second half is big thanks to the defense, but also we've seen some more sloppy offense and a lot of penalties that aren't based on emotions, like false starts and offsides.
And the Ironmen had 2 big holding penalties on that last drive as well. Cole now back to pass. He's got a man. He overthrew him. Boy, Ethan Cole had him, and just a little bit of pressure that time from Jace Wilson might have been just enough to have him overthrow that football there. As, boy, the Ironmen were fortunate that Bradley-Bourbonnais did not score a quick touchdown on that play.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. There's been a lot of plays where Cole's just been able to get that ball just overthrowing it, but there's been a receiver to burn a DB from Ironman.
20 seconds now to go here in the third quarter. 2nd down and 10 for Bradley-Bourbonnais. They are at the Normal Community 39-yard line, trailing by 10, and we have a penalty again, and this one looks like it's going to be against Bradley-Bourbonnais, and we'll see what the call is from the official.
Talking to Bradley, I would think it would be a false start here. We've seen a couple of those from Community and Bradley in this third quarter.
Dead ball, false start, 77 the offense, 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
It is a false start on Jaden Shivers off the offensive line. He's a junior.
Yeah, I think you're right, Zach. That's the 2nd false start from Bradley this quarter, and then we've had 1 from Community.
I think Community might have had 2, possibly. There was a lot of holding as well.
And we were watching Bradley-Bourbonnais kick some field goals at halftime, and they definitely have a kicker who can kick it from some pretty good yardage. So we'll see if that comes into play maybe on this particular drive. They're down by 10, 19 seconds to go in the third. Cole now back to pass. He's looking for Allen that time. It's well overthrown, and it's going to bring up 3rd down.
Yeah, the kicker you were talking about is actually just a sophomore, just like Will Castro. It's Ellis Johnson. He went for a 50-yarder during halftime, and it actually hit the goalpost. So he nearly made it from 50 yards, which is I was looking through the records for longest kicks in IHSA, and I was seeing a lot like 51, 50, right around there. So if he could make one from around there, he could be setting some records tonight.
Yeah, and certainly they just want the 3 points at this point, but they're looking for the end zone here with 14 seconds to go in the third quarter. They're facing a 3rd down and 15, but it's a team that can make that up. Back to pass is Cole, man over the middle. It's caught that time. Oh, Allen is off to the races. Touchdown, Bradley-Bourbonnais, 44 yards. Ethan Cole to Luke Allen, and Luke Allen is having a night. He's got 158 yards in receptions tonight, a 44-yard touchdown, and Ethan Cole now with 176 yards on the evening. And I was mentioning a few moments ago that nobody had scored in the third quarter. Well, there that goes. Bradley-Bourbonnais puts one on the board. 5 seconds on the clock, and the Boilermakers have put a touchdown on the board. It's 24-20.
Can I get Allen and Cole on my fantasy team? I've lost the last couple weeks.
They have been outstanding so far this evening. Here's the extra point. It is up, and it is good. Brand new ball game, 24-21. 5 seconds to go here in the third quarter. And the Ironmen have had their opportunities to add to this lead here in the third quarter, haven't been able to do it. Bradley strikes quickly. They get a touchdown. And Luke Allen has 5 catches for 158 yards and 3 touchdowns tonight. Unofficial, and again, these stats are unofficial. I've got Ethan Cole for 176 passing yards this evening, and Luke Allen's got 158 receiving yards. So you can kind of see where the ball has gone. And when he's caught it, he's gone for long distances, and it certainly has been a difference maker tonight. The Ironmen still lead, but it's on shaky ground right now with 5 seconds to go in the third.
You got to realize that Ethan has had that many yards on passes, but a lot of incompletions. So imagine if he had got a couple more completions, that number could be well into the 200s.
Yeah, the Boilermakers are really showing off their depth at the receiver position. I mean, last week, Allen didn't even have any touchdowns. Tyron Bender had 2 touchdowns. So they're really showing we haven't even seen anything from Bender, and mostly because I think Marquand has done a good job of holding him, Anton Cassell, Keegan Buckner, guys like that. But, I mean, it's been hard to contain Luke Allen.
Yeah, Ethan Cole, I have him unofficially 7 for 20 for 176 yards. That was his 3rd touchdown pass of the night. And with 5 seconds now to go in the third quarter, it's 24-21. The Ironmen trying to get themselves to the quarterfinals. That ball hit. It is a loose ball. You got to jump on it, and he finally did. Trying to see who that was down there, if that was Marquand. Nope, that was Tommy Davis that time. Tommy finally got on it at the 15. That is a live ball down there. And now Normal Community has it in not very good field position here for the Ironmen. And, boy, you feel like a huge momentum swing off that touchdown by Bradley-Bourbonnais.
Yeah, and I think, is this the worst field position we've seen from Community? I'm pretty sure it is. A lot of times they've been getting it 30, 40, even the 50-yard line. So this is going to be a different story for Community. Now, Bradley, on the other hand, has been pinned back, I mean, even to the 1-yard line, the 5-yard line, and they've been able to deal with it and get within 3 in this close matchup.
The Ironmen have been held to 46 rushing yards so far in the contest. Negative rushing yards in the second half. Now, that does include sack yardage in high school as well. That kind of gives you an idea of what they've been able to do, as Kalen Taylor is going nowhere there on first down. So they try to hand the ball off. Taylor probably lost about 2 yards there on first down.
Yeah, the defensive line for the Boilermakers does not seem to be slowing down. Neither does on either side, it really doesn't. But the defense has stayed big in this game, and we've only seen 1 touchdown in that third quarter.
We are done with 3 from Dick Tharp Field tonight. Normal Community hanging on right now. They lead Bradley-Bourbonnais 24-21 as we head to the fourth quarter. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors here on the Inkspot this year for Normal Community Football. First of all, I would like to thank the Friends of Ironman Football for getting the broadcast on the air tonight on the live stream. Really appreciate them. Clemens Insurance owners are proud NCHS graduates and earned you to back the Ironman. Normal Community Football brought to you by Illinois State University, where graduates earn $15,000 more than the national average just a few years out of school. NCHS Football brought to you by Auto House, Central Illinois premier used car dealership. By Paul Davis Restoration. Paul Davis provides professional residential and commercial emergency restoration services for disasters of all sizes. Paul Davis professionals are available 24/7 to clean up and repair damage to residential and commercial property. Give them a call at 309-829-1199. Well, the Normal Community Football season right now in full gear here. It's playoff time, but we'll also be doing some basketball on the Inkspot on the girls and the boys side. Looking forward to that once the winter season starts. So check that out on the Inkspot as well. Beatty now rolls out. Nowhere to go downfield. He'll throw it and out of bounds that time. as Caden Hardiman was at least in the area. It's going to bring up a 3rd down. And guys, without that running game for Normal Community, Bradley-Bourbonnais has been really be able to sink a lot of players back into coverage here, and it's been hard to find any holes against this defense in the second half.
Yeah, it's definitely been a challenge all game, but maybe that now that they've seen that the pass game is successful for the Ironmen, maybe they might be able to open up the run game a little bit, try to take advantage of, Bradley focusing on that pass.
And it seemed like it was as Tommy had that 7-yard gain.
Here's Marquand Gary at the 20. Marquand at the 25. Marquand might have a first down. Let's see where he went out of bounds. Yeah, and he's going to have a first down. As you said, guys, Marquand just finds the first down. They throw it out to him. He makes a move, and he finds the first down, and he picked up 12 yards.
It's the go-to. I mean, even behind the line of scrimmage, just give it to Marquand Gary. Let him do his thing. Use his feet. Juke out a couple players. Maybe a spoon move. You never know what you're going to get except a first down.
He's got 8 catches for 110 yards on the night here so far for Marquand Gary. And the Ironmen have needed every single one of them. 11:47 to go in the ball game. Here's Kalen Taylor on the right side. Kalen's got the 30, 35, and Kalen is going to be brought down right around the 37-yard line. Good run for Kalen Taylor. He is close to the first down.
I think that's the second carry for Kalen Taylor all game, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
And each one, he's just gone to the outside. I think that's what they're using him for, is to really attack that outside. And maybe for the run game, maybe that's what they need. Maybe that's what they need to attack the outside, because the linemen for Bourbonnais are just really strong, really big, really powerful. So maybe just attacking that outside is what they need to get those run yards up.
And I saw a great block from the 6'2 senior Mac Brennan there that really allowed that first down to happen.
Here's a handoff to Kalen again. He's got the 40, 45, turns it up once again. He's close to the 50, out of bounds. And we'll see where they're going to mark this one here. The Ironmen are close to midfield now.
Could be a first down, possibly.
I think he's a little short, so it's going to bring up a second and maybe about a half yard here. We'll give Kalen 9 yards on that carry. So Kalen's got 3 carries for 18. Remember, Tommy Davis has 14 carries for 29 yards in this game. Bradley-Bourbonnais did a great job of bottling up Tommy here so far. Tommy came in a little bit dinged up. Kalen Taylor's really run hard here so far. Gain of 8 for Kalen on that carry.
And like you said, BJ, Tommy's been going up the middle, and Kalen goes to the outside.
Kalen now has the ball again. He's got a first down. Going to give him a gain of 4 right there. And a first down for Normal Community. And boy, that offensive line doing a nice job creating some holes now. Clock ticks down to 10:45 to go in the ball game.
With a defensive line as talented as the Boilermakers, the offensive line from Community's been quite impressive today. Although there have been a few times and that the Boilermakers had made it through and there was that sack against Kyle Beatty, for the most part, I think the Ironmen have done a great job of protecting this quarterback and giving him time to find his #1 target, Marquand Gary, especially in the second half. 1st
and 10 now for the Ironmen, and we'll get a penalty on the play. And we'll see what the call is now here from the official.
We hadn't seen a penalty in a little bit. It actually the game had started to get some flow to it.
And still talking things over. Did the play clock run out? Nope, still 8 seconds on the play clock.
I think both teams are a little confused.
I think we're a little confused.
I'm definitely confused.
Me too.
5-yard penalty, first down.
Sideline interference against Bradley-Bourbonnais, so the official wants them backed up over there, so that'll cost them 5 yards. It is, I do believe, first down and 5. The down marker has second down across the way, but I think Kalen picked up a first down on that last play.
I thought so
He
too.
did, and the ref is putting up a 1.
Yep, so the down marker, they'll have to change that over there. So first down and 5 yards to go. Beatty now has Marquand Gary. That pass might have been tipped that time. And another penalty flag on the play, and another penalty flag comes in. We'll see who this is against, as these are pivotal plays, pivotal calls by the official. Did that ball get tipped? It looked like at the line of scrimmage that time?
Yes. Yeah, I definitely think it was. The ball started out, it looked like it was going to be a nice spiral, and then it kind of just turned into a duck and just kind of quacked its way about 10 yards forward.
I think this is going to be against Bradley-Bourbonnais just by some of the actions of the players, little body language down there. But that right now is a guess. We'll see what the call is here. 9:53 to go here in the fourth quarter. It's 24-21. Thanks for joining us on the Inkspot here tonight. It's been a pleasure to bring you this second-round playoff game and also normal community football all year long. It has been great following the Ironmen 10-0 coming to the game tonight, but they have gotten everything they've wanted and more from Bradley-Bourbonnais. Only 7-3 coming in on the season. They have played some terrific teams, and now normal community backing up. So this one might be against the Ironmen. Really, at this point, guys, I have no idea what is the official's about to say here.
Yeah, the flag, one flag was on the play, and the other flag came late. I'm thinking it might have just been a little bit of chirping between players, maybe.
That's what I would guess as well.
Ineligible receiver downfield on the offense. It's a 5-yard cut from the previous spot.
All right, so ineligible receiver.
That's a new one. I don't think we've seen that all game so far.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of different kind of flags.
And
Every
now
flag in the
we've got a personal foul here against Bradley-Bourbonnais as well. So ineligible man downfield, and then a personal foul against the Boilermakers. So overall, it's going to be a +10 for the Ironmen. And now normal community will have the ball at the Bradley-Bourbonnais 32. The clock is now running. This is a pivotal drive here for both teams. As the Ironmen put a touchdown on the board, it's going to give them control of this contest. Bradley-Bourbonnais gets a stop, gives it back to their terrific offense. Things get really interesting for the Ironmen.
We haven't seen much from Tommy Davis. He's been off the field for quite a while.
And there's Kalen Taylor. He's inside the 30, and Kalen is pulled down from behind that time. A gain of 6, though. Kalen Taylor's really done well since he's come in. He's got 27 yards on 5 carries. Tommy Davis was really bottled up by this Bradley-Bourbonnais defense, but the junior has come in, and he has been a spark on the offensive end.
Yeah, he's really just attacking that right side. I wonder what he's seeing on that right side that's just allowing him to get there.
It's almost like the running back script flipped during the season. Kalen was struggling with a lot of injuries, and now Tommy's a little dinged up.
Beatty kept it that time. Beatty made a man miss. He is inside the 15. Excuse me, at the 17 he goes down right there. 11 yards for Kyle Beatty.
And we got a flag.
And another flag on the play.
It's going to be against community, I think. There's community players putting their hands up. Kyle Beatty's body language is not great, and he's heading backwards.
He picked up a first down.
And then I think he picked up a personal foul.
Was it after the play that time that the penalty flag came in? So I do believe they will give him the first down and then back the Ironmen up 15 from there.
And we do know that the Ironmen did have a 2nd and 28, and they ended up getting the first down on that drive. So they're not scared of this big yardage behind Kyle Beatty's arm. And now Kalen Taylor's legs. He's starting to really pick up this running game for the Ironmen.
You know, Zach, you can't really be surprised with all these personal fouls because if you remember, all throughout the week there was a lot of talking online back and forth between Bradley-Bourbonnais and normal community.
There was.
So I'm actually not surprised at all that we're seeing this many personal fouls.
The social media does change things just a little bit where teams are able to communicate and be able to do that.
Seen a lot of interesting things on Barstool.
A lot.
Well, we'll see. The officials are trying to sort this out. And, you know, the officials have had to huddle almost as much as the teams have had to sometimes here in these halves here. And now they're trying to figure out where's the ball going to go. Certainly has slowed this game down. It's been a good one, though, from Dick Tharp Field tonight. And we are happy to bring it to you. We already got some scores in the book. Downers Grove North upset Arlington Heights Hersey in the 7A field. Let's see what we got, our official call here.
Play is the first down. Dead ball foul, number 7. Normal, taunting. That's his first one. 15-yard
That's tight end Alex Binion that time that picked up that penalty. So it's going to back it up. So it is a first down for normal community. I kind of feel for the chain gang over there. They've been back and forth and stop and start, trying to figure out exactly where that ball is going to be. Now they're going to mark this one right around the 32-yard line, and that's where the Ironmen will have the football. 8:54 to go here.
And even though there's been all these penalties, the Ironmen look to be sticking together. We just saw that little wide receiver crew in Dexter Kneecap. They were all dapping each other up. They look to be ready on this first and 25?
It's first and 10 right
First
now.
and
So
10,
after
okay.
that, it backs that ball up 15 yards of field position, but not behind the chains. And here's a pass from Kyle Beatty that is off to Marquand Gary. So an incompletion right there. Kyle has thrown for 237 yards so far in the game. Had 181 yards in the first half and a couple of touchdowns. Normal community still trying to find the scoreboard here in the second half. They've driven deep into Bradley-Bourbonnais territory a number of times, but just haven't been able to dent that scoreboard.
Yeah, we saw Bourbonnais' line make it through that time. I think they really pressured Beatty, and that's usually a nice gimme pass to Marquand Gary. And something I'd like to point out, Tommy Davis is back on the field playing at a wide receiver position right now.
8:40 to go in the ball game, 24-21. The Ironmen have the lead. Beatty back to pass. He's going to run it now. Cuts it back inside. He's got a first down and more. Kyle's going to be brought down right around the 20-yard line. And he is close to a first down. My apologies here. We'll see if he made it to the marker. He is right there. They marked it at right around the 22, it looked like.
Yeah, that was just a picture-perfect run from Kyle Beatty. That perfect slide, too. I guarantee they've been working on that in practice.
I wonder if he's learning something from Tommy Davis, because he's starting to switch up his speeds and kind of use his feet, kind of get the defenders off balance.
Maybe.
Well, here comes the chain gang again. They're going to come out, and so they're going to bring out the markers, and they're going to see if we do have a first down here.
But I think you were right, Zach. Tommy was at that wide receiver position, and Iva was not on field for that play.
I think putting Tommy at that wide receiver position opened up things for the Ironmen, knowing how speedy he is. I think the Boilermakers really had to hone in on Tommy and kind of allowed Kyle to be able to run.
Now, second down. Let's see if that chain is going to stretch, and it's a first down for the Ironmen. Boy, he got that by a good yard, I think it looked like that time.
It sure did look like about a yard.
It's good to see. I do believe that's Mr. Ross and Mr. Freilich out there. So is that correct on there?
Shout out Mr. Ross, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Eighth hour.
Good to see those guys. Yeah. What class is that, BJ? Put him on the spot. Maybe
Consumer education with Mr. Ross.
Class with Mr. Ross. That's all it's called. Very good. First and 10 for the Ironmen. The ball inside the 25-yard line, and we'll see if we can clarify that before the end of the broadcast today.
Oh, my. Okay.
Now Kyle Beatty now will take the snap here for Normal Community. Fake the handoff. Beatty back to pass. Looking downfield. He's got a man. Boy, that was well covered that time, and is going to be a pass interference penalty. Maybe a little bit too well covered that time for Bradley-Bourbonnais. Number 31 right there. And I don't have a 31. Did I pick up the right number there?
Nah, I think that was either Dexter or Ivo.
There has been a 99 on the field for
saw
Bradley,
that too.
and
there's 2 zeros up there too.
We don't have a 99.
No, that's okay right there. But that was number 21. My apologies that time for the Boilermakers. That's Ben Lovell that time, the linebacker who was in coverage there for Bradley-Bourbonnais. He picks up the penalty. That's going to move that football now all the way close to the 10-yard line. They're going to mark it at the 11 here. It's going to be a first down for Normal Community. Boy, the Ironmen have been so close to punching in a touchdown here in this second half. Haven't been able to do it yet, and we'll see if this is the drive here that gets that lead back to 10 points for the Ironmen.
If you're Community, what are you doing on this first down? Are you going for a run, or are you going to trust Kyle Beatty's arm?
You know, I played a lot of Madden, and I think right now, I think I would go with a run with Kalen Taylor up the right side again. See what happens. Just test the waters a little bit.
It looks like we have Tommy out there now, and Kalen Taylor, I think, is off to the sidelines.
Yeah, so far, Kalen's got 5 carries for 27 yards. That's all in the second half for the junior tailback. Yeah, he's been really good here in this second half. 8:21 to go, fourth quarter, 24-21 our score. Handoff now. Davis has the 5. Tommy inside. He'll be wrapped up at the 5-yard line. Going to be a gain of about 6 yards for Davis. And that's Tommy's second best run of the night. Down to the 5-yard line. Normal Community can get a first down right around the 1. So that's kind of where that is located. So second down and 4 from the 5-yard line here for the Ironmen. The clock ticks under 8 minutes to go in the game. And the more you can keep Bradley's offense off the field, the better off you are. So we'll see if the Ironmen are going to play with that clock a little bit here as we move later into the fourth quarter.
And I think the success Community's had off the run is thanks to this offensive line just really tiring out the defensive line.
Kyle Beatty kept it. Kyle at the fight, dives for the pylon that time. We're trying to find the end zone. And
he lost the ball.
He did lose the football. Did it hit the ground that time?
I'm not sure, but they called it off, I think.
And they did give it to Bradley. He lost the football that time as he was trying to dive for the goal line. And Bradley-Bourbonnais has it. Boy, tough break that time for the Ironmen. Kyle was at the 1, couldn't stretch it across. It must have gotten knocked out before it hit the ground, and Bradley-Bourbonnais will have the football.
Oh, wow. I'm struggling for words here. That was a hard one to watch there. Kyle went for that jump there, and it looked like when he went on his way down, it just got hit out of his hands.
Now, Kyle was reaching for that goal line right there, and that ball got knocked out. Boy, Normal Community has had some opportunities. They had that interception in the first half in the red zone. Bradley-Bourbonnais picked one off, and now a fumble inside the 5, right near the goal line, and now the Boilermakers have it. 7.5 to go, fourth quarter. Ethan Cole now out of his own end zone. We got a flag on the play, and that ball is well overthrown there. So an incompletion, and we'll see what the call is here from the official.
Pass is incomplete, and there's a flag on the play.
Yeah, on that play there, we saw Luke Allen, if he could have connected to him, well, depending on what this flag is, Luke Allen was way ahead of Aiden Boundy there. He had about a whole step on him.
It's going to be an illegal shift, it looks like, against Bradley-Bourbonnais. So the question is, do you accept this or decline it? And that's what the official is asking right there. And I think that the Ironmen accepted the penalty. Trying to read the body language down there. We'll see what the call is here.
Accepting it would just push him back and decline. Hold on.
On the offense, number 8 did not set. That's the distance to the goal. First down.
We're back at the 3-4 yard line now.
Yeah, right around the 3 yard line here. So back the Boilermakers up. It'll be a first down and 13 now here for Bradley-Bourbonnais. The Ironmen have knocked on the door to get that next touchdown score all half. Haven't been able to do it. The only score in the second half was a 44-yard touchdown from Ethan Cole, and now another penalty, and that one went to Luke Allen. And a penalty now on the play here, and this one's also going to be, I do believe, against the Boilermakers.
Yeah, community was clapping there, and so were the fans.
Ball start. Offense at the distance to the goal. First down.
And it'll be about the 1.5 yard line now on the half the distance to the goal.
Marquand Gary just came back out on the field for the Ironmen. He looks to be matching up against
Probably Luke Allen.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, or they might be going for a double team here.
Trying to take Luke Allen out of the game right now. 5 catches for 158 yards for Luke Allen. He's got 3 touchdowns. And
Bradley-Bourbonnais, it's on Bender.
It's been the big plays for Bradley-Bourbonnais in this game, and they've all been by Luke Allen here. 7:24 in the fourth. End around, they just about had him in the end zone, able to get free that time. And with the football, that was Luke Allen, and he picked up a couple of yards. Normal Community at least had a hand on him in that end zone, but couldn't bring him down.
That was close.
That was Blake Potts nearly getting him for the safety there, which would have been the 4th safety in 3 games for community. It's still a scare for the Boilermakers, though, at their own 4 yard line.
Yeah, that's a dangerous play, no doubt about it, this deep in your own end. Ethan Cole now, 6:52 to go in the fourth. Rolls out, they almost had him in the end zone. He dumps it off that time, and Luke Allen, do believe, caught that football. Nope, that was not Luke Allen. That was 44 that time. That is Calvin Cole who caught that football right there.
Got to give it to Keegan Buckner, yeah, because for covering that was good.
Yeah, that's actually one of the loudest I've heard the crowd here tonight. Keegan Buckner was all over that, and just a vicious, aggressive tackle there for a loss, or I think it was about at the line of scrimmage.
I think he got back to the line of scrimmage right there. So Bradley substitutes here. Play clock down to 15. 6:14 to go in the game. Mark this one down right here. Huge play. 3rd down and 13 now for the Boilermakers. Cole now back to pass. Pass over the middle. He's got Kenvante. Sutton cutting back. Sutton's got a first down for Bradley-Bourbonnais out to the 25-yard line. So a gain of 21 yards that time. That was well set up by the Boilermakers.
Yeah, that was a great play. And then not only that, just great blocking from the Boilermakers, allowing him to get those extra yards.
And I had the block credited to Will Heel, number 54, the senior on the offensive line.
Yeah, that was well done that time by Bradley, keeping this drive alive. We don't pick up a first down there. You're punting it back to Normal Community, and things are not looking good for Bradley-Bourbonnais. Now we're going to get a timeout here for the Boilermakers. They have played a lot of close games so far this year. Normal Community has not. That'll be interesting to see how that plays out here at the end. The last regular season game for Bradley-Bourbonnais was a 42-41 loss to Lincoln Way Central. and that game went to overtime. So that was a close loss for Bradley-Bourbonnais. 42-41. Lincoln Way Central went on to finish their regular season at 8-1. So the Boilers have been in close games so far this year. This is new territory for the Ironmen.
They also had a win, a 6-point win over Lockport week 5, which was the team that made the playoffs this year as well. So they've been in two scenarios really that were really down to the wire games. One came out with a win, the other was a loss.
The Ironmen have had a couple of key turnovers in this contest, an interception and a fumble near the goal line, and opportunities to really stretch this lead. They have not been able to do it. Normal Community still has not scored in the second half of this game. They have driven into the red zone a number of times here against this Bradley defense, but bend but don't break has worked for the Boilers very well here in half number 2. 5:36 to go in the contest. Normal Community leads Bradley 24-21. Handoff, Sutton off the right side. He'll be wrapped up right around the 20-yard line. Might have gotten back to the line of scrimmage. We'll call it a gain of 1 that time for Kenvonte Sutton.
Jace Wilson there, he has been all over the Boilermakers and their run game this evening.
Yeah, that's a great read by Jace Wilson.
Second down and 9 now here for Bradley-Bourbonnais.
Once again, looking at Marquand Gary, who just switched off of Allen, and he's going on to Bender, it looks like, and Anton Cassell is going to be on Luke Allen.
Tyron Bender does not have a catch yet in this ball game here tonight. Now we have a reverse to Bender. He's got a ton of room. And Cole's out in front blocking. Blake Potts trying to get off that block. Bender still has the football. He's inside the 40, and he's out of bounds right around the 32-yard line. What a run that time by Tyron Bender.
And there was the speed from Bender that we talked about earlier. The guy that ran a 49-second 400.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He just showcased that immense speed that he has. And I wonder what the decision was to switch Marquand onto Bender and Anton onto Luke Allen. Maybe because Anton has a little bit more length than Marquand maybe, but.
Could be, but it didn't matter much on that play. It was a little trick play. I certainly was not expecting that.
Yeah, he's got 2 carries for 55 yards now, and that sets them up inside Normal Community territory at the 32. Ethan Cole now hands it off to Aaron. Aaron's got good yardage that time. He picks up about 7 yards. And Aaron now has 2 carries for 6 yards in the game. Marquise Aaron all the way down now inside the 30-yard line. And Bradley-Bourbonnais now has control of this contest here, still trailing by 3, but threatening to take the lead here with 4:20 to go in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Marquise Aaron saw a lot more time last week. I think, can't remember exactly, but I think it was near 50 yards rushing. It's more of a balanced effort between him and Sutton.
Second down and 4 now coming up for Bradley-Bourbonnais. Ethan Cole now back to pass. He's looking for Bender, and he's got him. First down for Bradley-Bourbonnais. Ball right around the 7-yard line. That's an 18-yard pickup there. That's Bender's first catch of the night, and that puts Cole over 200 yards passing for the evening. He's at 214 now. On the night, we go under 4 minutes.
And it's actually kind of surprising. Bender is now going off to the sidelines. Maybe they might be going for a run here would be my guess if they're putting Bender off to the sidelines, especially after he started to get a lot of momentum on this drive.
Well, they've got no receivers here.
Formation they got.
3 backs and a couple tight ends. Handoff now up the middle. Nope, Cole kept it around the outside. A penalty flag goes down on the play.
Got to wonder if that's holding against the Boilermakers.
And it's right around the 10-yard line. It's going to be, and that's what it is. It's going to back it up to the 20 here. That's, boy, a bad time to pick up a hold there if you're Bradley-Bourbonnais. 3:31 to go in the game. Normal Community clinging to a 24-21 lead.
Yeah, we know that the Boilermakers kicker is one thing that Coach Drakewish praised, so they still could definitely make those 40-yard field goals. I would not be surprised.
Even 50, as I mentioned, watching during halftime, just seeing his leg and that strength. He's got a boot for sure.
Bradley-Bourbonnais got 2 timeouts left. Normal Community has 3. That might come into a play a little bit here as we head down the stretch of this contest, but still a long way to go. 3:23 to go in the ball game. 24-21 Normal Community. Ethan Cole has had a nice second half, running and throwing the ball. Looking for the end zone. That's going to be overthrown that time. incomplete. It'll bring up second down.
Great coverage from Anton Cassell there. Not letting Allen really go much, not letting him go anywhere. It was also overthrown, but he did a great job of staying in stride with Allen.
So second and goal from the 17 now here for the Boilermakers. They cannot get a first down, so it's going to have to be a touchdown here for Bradley-Bourbonnais. And as BJ mentioned, they have a very good kicker as well, so we'll see what happens on these later downs, but they're thinking touchdown right now. Normal Community, boy, could the Ironmen use a turnover right here. Clock's down to 3:11 to go in the game. Cole now back to pass. It's a screen, and what a play that time by the Normal Community defense.
Brady Augustin.
Brady Augustin read it all the way, and it's a 1 yard, 2 yard loss that time on the screen to Kenvante Sutton, and Augustin sniffed it out and blew up the play.
And that possible injury that we were worried about earlier on in that first half has definitely been erased from our minds after that monster play.
Third and goal now from the 19 here for the Boilermakers. Trailing by 3. And we'll see if they're going to fire one into the end zone here, as Ethan Cole has 3 touchdown passes, all to Luke Allen, number 14 on the night.
Marquand's on Allen.
Now back to passes Cole, under pressure. Cole's gonna roll out, looking downfield, but he had gone past the line of scrimmage, and he will be tackled right around the 15-yard line. We'll call it the 16 there. So that holding penalty was huge on that particular drive. Cole picked up 3 yards. He's got 42 yards on the night. Normal Community has picked up a ton of sack yardage so far this year. They've had a hard time getting to Ethan Cole with his mobility. Clock down to 1:52 now to go here in the fourth quarter. Bradley-Bourbonnais is going to line up a game-tying field goal here, and we'll see if the Boilermakers can knock this one through. Here we go.
Loud here in Community. Everybody's jumping up and down.
Ellis Johnson's kick is on its way, and it is good. Line drive finds the mark, and we are tied at 24 with 1:33 to go in the fourth quarter.
Community has 3 timeouts, I would like to point out. Bradley has 2 as well, but with Community getting the ball here, 3 timeouts is very important. 93 seconds, and you got Will Castro. Can't forget about that. I think Community, it could have been a lot worse. Their defense really stepped up and didn't allow that touchdown there.
Yeah, that holding penalty was huge. Bradley-Bourbonnais had a ton of momentum, and the holding penalty pushed them back. They were not able to find the end zone, but they do get a field goal, and it's tied at 24 here with 1:33 to go in the contest.
And penalties have been, it's been a big storyline this game. We keep bringing it up, and it was such a momentum killer there, and it has been multiple times throughout this matchup.
Now the Ironmen have their 2 best runners back there to try to return this kick. This will be interesting to see what Bradley-Bourbonnais does with this particular kickoff. Ellis Johnson will kick the ball away now for the Boilermakers. 1:33, fourth quarter. Thanks for joining us on the Inkspot. Great game from North Normal tonight.
Looks like we got Tommy and Marquand back there per usual. We're going to see what we got here.
Johnson now will kick it. It's going to be to Tommy Davis. Davis at the 5. Tommy now at the 20. Davis trying to find the 30-yard line, and he'll be taken down at about the 27. First and 10 now for Normal Community. 1:27 to go. Fourth quarter, tied at 24. And now the biggest drive of the year so far starts for the Ironmen.
Yeah, that kick was really important because, you know, the Ironmen want to get that good field position with 1 minute and 27 seconds left in the fourth quarter against a strong defensive team.
It was 24-14 Normal Community at half. The Ironmen have been able to get inside the Bradley-Bourbonnais red zone multiple times in the second half, but still have yet to score a point in half number 2. And now they've got 1:27 to try to put some points on the board here, try to win the game in regulation. Kyle Beatty now will take the snap here. He'll throw the ball out to Tommy Davis. Davis looks for a block. Tommy's got the 30, and he will head out of bounds right there. And now Normal Community will get on the ball as the clock will continue to run in this situation here. And I did get a clarification of that at halftime, BJ. If you are pushed out by the defense going backwards or sideways, the clock continues to run. If you run directly out of bounds, that's when the clock stops.
Okay.
So that's what happened in that situation right there. We are under a minute now to go here in the ball game. 24-24. Kalen Taylor now looking to turn the corner. Kalen, he's got the 37, and we will see if we have a timeout here from the Ironmen. Nothing yet. I don't believe they got a first down. It's awfully close. They have stopped the clock, though, as we've got an injured Normal Community player.
That's Kalen?
That is
that's Kalen Taylor.
That is Kalen
He's
Taylor.
on that ankle.
And hopefully he's okay. And there's going to be a stoppage of the clock there as Kalen Taylor went down on the play as he tried to turn the corner.
Kalen struggled with some injuries earlier on this season. I think between week 5 and week 7. So seeing him down here is definitely not something that community or Bradley would want to see.
And Tommy Davis a little bit dinged up tonight as well. So we're going to have another measurement, as I don't think we saw a measurement all year. We've seen 3 of them here so far in this contest, and we'll see if we've got a first down here for Normal Community. We do. So first down for the Ironmen. So Kalen Taylor was able to find that first down marker.
Now, since it's a first down, AJ Montoya did just come off of the field, but when it was that 3rd and 1 situation, he was there. So it looks like AJ Montoya is going to be that backup running back right now behind Tommy Davis.
Yeah, kind of something like a fullback type of position.
Yeah, definitely.
Bradley-Bourbonnais will play a couple of deep safeties here now, trying to make sure nobody from Normal Community gets behind him. The Ironmen now have a first down and 10. Normal Community has seen a 10-point halftime lead disappear here. Bradley's been able to rally in the second half. Clock is running now. Beatty back to pass, under pressure. He will throw the ball and not completed that time to Tommy Davis. Davis trying to come underneath. Normal Community was setting up a screen right there. It'll bring up second down and 10.
The receivers out for the Ironmen right now include Marquand Gary, Caden Hardiman, Dexter Kneecap at tight end, and Ivo Austin also. Looks like AJ Montoya almost came back onto the field. He's back on the sideline now.
Marquand Gary's been the best target so far for Kyle Beatty tonight. 8 catches, 110 yards for the junior wide receiver. 33 seconds on the clock. Tommy Davis now will get a timeout here from the Ironmen. Nope, they're going to let it run here. Clock down to 23 seconds, and now we will get a timeout here.
Kyle and Tommy were asking for a face mask there. That's what they thought they saw, and I think I might have saw it too.
Bradley-Bourbonnais took a timeout. So timeout for the Boilers. And I wonder if Normal Community here is playing to get to overtime, and Bradley-Bourbonnais called the timeout. Well, that's an interesting turn of events there.
Who would get the ball in overtime? Would it be another coin toss?
Yeah, overtime is actually from the 10-yard line. There is a coin toss that will start the overtime period in high school football. So it's an interesting overtime scenario where college is from the 25, high school is from the 10. So that really makes it interesting.
It definitely does.
Regardless of if you got that face mask or not, that was definitely a great read by number 9, Victor Rogers, the senior on Bourbonnais.
Yeah, and that's not the only time that we've mentioned him. It was an interesting play call from community to go for a run there. They didn't call a timeout.
Well, they had all those safeties in the back there too, so they might not have been able to get a long bomb off like they might wanted to.
Well, here we go. 27 seconds to go. It's a 3rd down and 10 now for the Ironmen. 2 receivers to the near side. Handoff now, and that's going to be Tommy Davis, who's going to be pulled down right at the line of scrimmage. And I do believe Bradley-Bourbonnais is going to take another timeout here with 22 seconds on the clock.
So one thing I just saw on the sideline is there was definitely some taunting after that tackle. And I'm trying to figure out where the flags are at. Where's the flag for that?
Yeah, no flag came out in that particular situation. So now the Ironmen are in a punting situation here. They're going to have to punt the football away to Bradley-Bourbonnais. There's still 22 seconds left here on the clock. Bradley-Bourbonnais got an outstanding kicker in Ellis Johnson. So we'll see if they're going to be able to look for points here to try to win this contest in regulation, something I didn't think was even a possibility a few moments ago.
No timeouts for Bourbonnais, though.
And did we get an offsides here? I do believe we did. This is going to be against Normal Community. I think maybe Caden Hardiman might have taken off just a little bit too early on that one.
Please reset the game clock to 22 seconds.
Well, I guess that makes sense on why they called that timeout, because they definitely have an opportunity to hit those 45, 50-yard field goals to get that extra 3 points on the board to take the win.
And 5 yards is significant because 5 yards for a field goal kicker makes a huge difference.
Yep.
So we'll see now. This run back is going to be a very big play here. Bradley-Bourbonnais gets in some good field position. Could be a problem for Normal Community. Kyle Beatty gets the kick away, and it is a good one. It is going to be taken at the 40. And a crossover midfield and breaking free now around the outside. He is going to return this for a touchdown for Bradley-Bourbonnais. Lizelle Edmond is gone. There's a penalty flag on the play. It's at the 44-yard line, so hold on just a moment. There's a flag on the play. Lizelle Edmond, the sophomore, returned the kick all the way, and we'll see what the call is from the official. The flag is at the 44-yard line. There are 8 seconds on the clock.
Wow.
Wow is a good way. That's a good term for what just happened, Zach.
Yeah, I have no words.
Yeah, that is a wow moment right there. And let's see what the call is from the official.
The scoreboard has not changed yet, and it does look like
Return. Personal foul, block below the waist. Number 21, return.
So that might have just saved a block below the waist, might have just saved Community.
A block below the waist on Bradley-Bourbonnais. So that's going to put the football inside Bradley-Bourbonnais territory here. And they will mark it 1st and 10 at right around the 41-yard line, I do believe, is where they're going to mark the football. It's not over. We're not to overtime yet here, so hold on. This game has had so many twists and turns. It looked like Community had control of it in the second half. Bradley-Bourbonnais came back to tie it. It looked like just a moment ago Bradley-Bourbonnais had won the game. It's brought back on a penalty, and now the ball is going to be at the Bradley-Bourbonnais 41-yard line, and the Boilermakers have taken a timeout here. They're going to talk things over, and with 8 seconds to go, I would think we're heading to overtime, but the way this game has gone, you never know what's going to happen. There's still time on the clock.
Yeah, I don't know, because if Bradley gets past that 50-yard line and somehow are able to stop the clock, and was that their last timeout?
They have no timeouts left. The Ironmen have 2, so no timeouts here for Bradley-Bourbonnais. Boy, it's difficult in this situation with no timeouts. Anything that's in the middle of the field, boy, it's hard to get that ball down and maybe get it clocked in that situation. We'll see what happens here at the end. But the Boilermakers do have the ball, and there's 8 seconds to go in the game. Looks like we might be heading for overtime here at Dick Tharp Field, but we still got a chance maybe for 1, maybe 2 plays in regulation.
the Boilermakers are 59 yards away from the end zone, which is the length that Luke Allen's touchdown was. Well, Cole's throw to Luke Allen earlier on was a 59-yard touchdown, if I'm not mistaken.
It was,
Kinda
and
scary.
obviously Normal Community here is going to play some deep safeties and try to take away anything over the top in this situation, but Ethan Cole's got an outstanding arm, and here we go. Cole now takes the snap. Going to be a short throw to Bender, and he'll be tackled right around the 40-yard line. Clock is going to tick down, and that's going to do it. We head to overtime. Overtime from Dick Tharp Field tonight. Normal Community had a 10-point halftime lead. Bradley-Bourbonnais has come back to tie it, and we have hit overtime here at Normal Community.
3 minutes on the game clock.
So
This
they're going
is
to
an
put 3
insane
minutes
game.
on the clock here between regulation and overtime. We're going to step aside for just a quick break here on the Inkspot. We'll catch our breath, and then we will bring you back for the overtime period. 24-24, Normal Community and Bradley-Bourbonnais.
Overtime. Each team will have possession from the 10-yard line.
Welcome back here to Dick Tharp Field. It's overtime, and high school overtime in Illinois is a unique situation. So each team will get the ball from the 10-yard line, And it is who can score and stop the other team. So it's a unique situation in high school football. Bradley-Bourbonnais has seen this situation so far this year. Normal Community has not seen this situation. So 1:45 on the clock before we get things going. There will be a coin toss that will take place here before the overtime period, determining who has the ball first, who has the ball second, and we will go till somebody can score and stop the other team to determine a winner tonight at Normal Community High School. Well, it has been a heart-stopping game, and I'll tell you what, there was a moment there where all of us felt like the Normal Community football season was over as Lizelle Edmond, the sophomore, returned that punt all the way for a touchdown. It was brought back due to penalties, and there have been a ton of them on both sides tonight. And we'll see if that does save the Normal Community football season. But having said that, going into overtime, Bradley has all the momentum. They have played better on the offensive end. They have put points on the board, and Normal Community has had some key turnovers that have kept them out of the end zone.
And not only does Bradley have this momentum, they have experience in overtime this season. Not to say, obviously, you prepare for these moments in practice, but Bradley actually has played one overtime game just 2 weeks ago against Lincoln Way Central, who did just get eliminated in the 7A playoffs. They lost by 1 in overtime to the then 8-1 squad.
Yeah, they were knocked off by Lincoln Way Central in that contest, and it was 42-41 was the final score in that game. So right now, the captains on both sides are going to meet at midfield. It's almost like the game kind of starts over, except for in this situation now, they'll put the ball on the 10-yard line. You'd love to win the coin flip because then you can defer and go second. You can figure out what the other team has done if they put the ball in the end zone, kicked a field goal, missed an extra point, and you can determine what you're going to do from there. The two head coaches are out there as well. Mike Cole is the head coach at Bradley-Bourbonnais. Done a great job with the Boilermaker program. Bradley-Bourbonnais has their second straight playoff appearance. The best playoff run for the Boilermakers was 2015. They made the state semifinals. They lost to Libertyville 22-17 that year in 2015. Under Mike Cole, a 73-53 record, and he has been the head coach at Bradley-Bourbonnais from 2011 to 2023. 7 playoff appearances during that time. So the Boilermakers have had some playoff runs. Normal Community, obviously, with state championship in 2006, a runner-up in 2005, made the semifinals in 2007. The Ironmen have had a hard time in 7A, though, getting past this round. It's been the second round that has been difficult for the Ironmen to be able to get through, and we'll see if they can find a way to do that tonight.
Community has not made it to the quarterfinals since 2015, which, like you said, is also Bradley's best performance in the playoffs as well.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that you mentioned their playoff history because back in 1993, Mike Cole and his twin brother Mark Cole actually took the Boilermakers to an 11-1 season and then a 9-1 season their junior and senior year. And now they have the brothers of Ethan and the other Cole brother, and now his nephew Calvin Cole all on one team. So this team has really just been a family-oriented team for decades.
Yeah, in 91, they lost in the quarterfinals to Joliet Catholic 14-13. Lost in the first round at Tinley Park Andrew 34-21 in 92. So, and they were a huge part of those games. Bradley-Bourbonnais won the coin toss. They have decided to play defense first, so the Ironmen will have the football. Looks like we're going to be on the south end of the field here, and Normal Community will have the ball first. There's no clock in the overtime period here, so the clock makes no difference. You just have to score and stop the other team. That's the way it's going to be the rest of the way. And boy, it's pressure-packed now on both sides. Both teams desperately trying to get to the quarterfinals.
Kind of an interesting choice to play defense now.
Yeah, you want to play defense first so you know what you have to do on the offensive end based upon what your opponent does. So most teams will select to play defense first. Here we go. Beatty now rolling out. Kyle trying to cut up field. He's going to get loose now down to 5. Beatty brought down at the 5-yard line. Boy, Bradley-Bourbonnais has done a nice job, though. If you saw the middle linebacker, he sat right in the middle of the defense, and he was waiting once Kyle broke contain right there and did a nice job. That was Chavez who brought down Beatty that time.
It's nice to see Beatty hold on to that ball. The last time we had seen Beatty run was when he did lose control of that ball back at the goal line.
Yeah, that was right at the goal line, just couldn't quite get in. Handoff now to Tommy Davis, and Davis now will move the pile down to the 3.
I think now is where we're going to start seeing how much of an impact Kalen Taylor had on the game. Now with him going out with that ankle injury, they're not the run. He was really carrying that run game outside of Kyle. He was really carrying the offensive run game.
Yeah, the running game for the Ironmen has been really banged up. Tommy Davis has been battling all week with injuries. Also throughout the season a little bit. Kalen Taylor had a lot of injuries throughout the season, and we saw him go down tonight right after he was really starting to pick up the run game for the Ironmen.
Yeah, the leading rusher for Normal Community is actually Kyle Beatty. He's got 50 rushing yards. Taylor 34, Davis 38. Well, here we go. From the 4-yard line here in overtime. Beatty now hands it off on the Tom play. Tommy Davis has the end zone. Touchdown, Ironman. Touchdown, Normal Community. Tommy Davis runs it around the left side. And Normal Community has the touchdown. Now the extra points in the overtime are huge.
Crucial.
They are huge, and Will Castro now will try to knock it through.
We got a matchup of 2 sophomore kickers. The sophomore kicker for Community, Will Castro, has obviously been very successful this season. And then the sophomore kicker on the other side, Ellis Johnson, who has quite a leg as well.
Here's the extra point now by Will Castro. Snap, hold, kick is up, kick is good. Normal Community leads 31-24. And now Bradley-Bourbonnais will get the football here. The Boilermakers need a touchdown to keep it going. So there's a couple of scenarios here. Bradley-Bourbonnais obviously needs a touchdown to keep the game going. And if you get one, though, then it's the decision. Do we kick the extra point? Do we go for 2? All of that is in front of us here in overtime, as the Boilermakers have the ball on the 10-yard line. And we'll see what this does, kind of this Bradley-Bourbonnais offense that loves to spread you out, has a lot of speed, but the field shrinks now here as you get closer to the goal line. And we'll see if the Normal Community defense can get a stand here, get a turnover, something positive for the Ironmen to win the game.
Aiden Bounty on Bender, and we have Anton Cassell on
Cole
Allen.
hands it off to Sutton. Sutton will be tackled right around the 5-yard line. Looks like he got to the 6.
We got the Ironman fans here jumping up and down, chanting, "I believe that we will win."
Sutton goes over 50 yards on the night. 2nd down from the 6-yard line here. What a ball game tonight. Normal Community leads in overtime, 31-24. You can feel the tension here at Dick Tharp Field. Cole now hands it off to Sutton. He kept it himself, actually, and Cole trying to find the goal line, and he's going to be short. He got down, looked like, to the 1. He hasn't kept it often tonight, but down to the 1-yard line. Cole's got 47 yards on the evening.
They marked him down at the 2.
Got down to the 2. Here we go. 3rd and goal on the 2-yard line. Game on the line.
Alex Binion just came in the game. He came in for... not sure on the name there.
3 backs in there now for the Boilermakers. Sutton trying to find it, and he did. Touchdown, Bradley-Bourbonnais. And now what I mentioned a moment ago, we will either have an extra point or a 2-point conversion to win the game. And we'll see what the call is here. This is going to be the call from the head coach, Mike Cole. Cole has been their coach since 2011. Let's see if he kicks it or if he's going to go for 2. Bradley-Bourbonnais lost their last overtime game, so they probably learned quite a bit in that contest. It looks like they're going to stay on the field, and this is your season for both teams. It is a 2-point conversion to win the game on both sides, and now we're going to get a timeout for Normal Community. I do believe they're going to take a timeout.
Now you got to keep in mind, is Bradley just doing this to try to get Community off sides? Because that would be a strategy that could work and could get them even closer to, it would be the 1-yard line. So you got to wonder what's going through their mind when they do have this sophomore kicker, Ellis Johnson, that we saw him warming up during halftime. He has quite a leg, and so far he's been pretty successful tonight.
He's kind of warming up the leg on the sideline, so we'll see if Bradley-Bourbonnais might change their mind here in the huddle, maybe kick the extra point. We don't know. But really, if they do go for the 2-point conversion, The season then is on the line in one play for both teams, for Normal Community and Bradley-Bourbonnais. Well, it doesn't get much better than this in high school football, a game that saw Normal Community get out to some substantial leads in this contest, but watch Bradley-Bourbonnais come back every time. It was 17-7. The Ironmen had the lead in the first half, 24-14 at half, and that overtime touchdown was the first touchdown Normal Community has scored since about 2.5 minutes ago in half number one. That's the first points the Ironmen have put on the board. Tip your cap to Bradley-Bourbonnais. They have played a terrific game tonight. The season comes down to this. Glenn Barty's waits for the winner, and the Ironmen trying to hang on here at Dick Tharp Field tonight.
All right.
Ethan Cole now in shotgun formation. He takes the snap. Cole now back to pass, looking for the end zone, and that ball is incomplete. That ball is incomplete, and the Ironmen have won it. It is incomplete in the front corner of the end zone, and Normal Community has hung on to win the game.
Storming the field here at Dick Tharp.
Final score, Normal Community 31, Bradley-Bourbonnais 30, and I think you just had to take a deep breath right now because Bradley-Bourbonnais pushed the Ironmen right to the edge this evening, but the Ironmen come up with the victory, 31-30. And we are a long way away from the play, but it looked like the pass was a little behind the receiver, and he just couldn't come up with it in the end zone.
This game was decided in Luke Allen's fingertips, who had 3 touchdowns on the night and pretty close to 200 yards, if I'm correct. It was around 160.
158 tonight.
158.
5 catches for Luke Allen, but couldn't quite come up with that one in the end zone. Congratulations to Jason Drengwitz and the Ironmen for advancing on to the quarterfinals, but we also need to take a moment to tip our caps to Bradley-Bourbonnais tonight. They played a terrific football game. The Ironmen are 10-0, really haven't played a close game all year, and Bradley-Bourbonnais pushed them right to the end. Congratulations to the Boilermakers, all their fans, and an outstanding team that came down to Normal Community tonight.
Absolutely.
Having said that, though, the Ironmen are on to the quarterfinals. A overtime touchdown by Tommy Davis. Will Castro knocks in the extra point. Bradley-Bourbonnais comes back and scores, and then the Normal Community defense gets the stand they need on the 2-point conversion to win it. 31-30 in favor of the Ironmen. Well, right now, we're going to take a look at our stats here in just a second, but before we do that, BJ, why don't you give some final thoughts here on the game tonight, a game that back and forth we went.
Man, what can I say? That was a good game on both sides of the field. Shout out Bradley-Bourbonnais for really bringing it to Dick Tharp Field, and because that game could have been over on that punt return. The game could have been over. So shout out Bradley-Bourbonnais. They got a great program, great defense, great offense, and they're going to be good for years to come, guaranteed. And as for the Ironmen, it's just a great sight to see them make it out that second round, which we know they struggled to do for almost a decade now, especially after losing by 1 point last year in the same type of position. So this is just amazing to see the Ironmen. It was great to see them storm the field. I almost took off my headset and stormed the field myself. But defensively, they played really well. Offensively, they played really well. It was just a great ball game on both sides of the field.
Yeah, Zach, your thoughts?
Yeah, so it was an over 3-hour game, and just lots of penalties were called, but it was just such a back-and-forth game, really emotional, just an emotional roller coaster. As BJ mentioned, looked like Bradley took the win there, but then the penalties pushed them back. And on Bradley's side, I do want to shout out their coach and just the whole Cole dynamic there and how that's really just built a legacy there. I could see good chemistry within that team, and I think that has a lot to do with their success and just their depth at that wide receiver position. And I mean, they kept us on our toes all night. We're able to come back from down 10 and nearly knock off this undefeated Ironman team. As for the Ironmen, this is a game we haven't seen anything like it this year. Before this, the closest game was a 3-touchdown win from the Ironmen, and this was obviously a 1-point, 1-possession game. It was great to see that they were able to push past this adversity and go to their go-to Tommy Davis to get that touchdown in overtime and be able to rely on kicker Kyle Beatty to make that extra, not Kyle Beatty, Will Castro to make that extra point there. And I think that was huge as Bradley goes for that 2-point conversion and fails to convert.
Yeah, there was a moment there with 8 seconds to go in the fourth quarter where all three of us thought the season was over. And the punt return for Bradley-Bourbonnais called back on a block below the waist. The Ironmen end up winning it in overtime to knock off the Boilermakers and advance on to the quarterfinals. And Zach, you said for the first time since 2015 for a very tradition-rich program for the Ironmen. So Coach Jason Drengwitz gets to the quarterfinals for the first time. We'll talk about that a little later. Let's take a look at our numbers on the night. Kyle Beatty had 237 yards passing for the junior quarterback. Also ran the ball well. He had 50 yards rushing. He was the leading rusher for Normal Community on the night. Tommy Davis had 42 yards. Tip your cap to Bradley-Bourbonnais' defense tonight. They really did a nice job against Tommy, but Kalen Taylor came in the second half. He had 6 carries for 34 yards, and boy, they were big for the Ironmen. How about Marquand Gary? 8 catches for 110 yards for Marquand tonight. Outstanding job by the junior wide receiver. For Bradley-Bourbonnais, Ethan Cole had 212 yards passing this evening. Marquise Aaron, 6 yards rushing. Kenvante Sutton, 55 yards on the ground. Ethan Cole had 47. Tyron Bender had 55, and Luke Allen had 21 yards rushing. Bradley-Bourbonnais had 184 rushing yards, 212 in the air. For the Ironmen, 237 in the air, just 126 on the ground. Bradley-Bourbonnais actually outgained Normal Community 396 to 363 on the evening, but on the scoreboard is all that matters. Normal Community wins it 31 to 30. Let's run down our scoring here in the game. 8:04 to go in the first. Kyle Beatty, 44-yard touchdown pass off the fake punt to Dexter Kneecap. It was 7-0 Ironman. Bradley-Bourbonnais came right back. Luke Allen caught a 59-yard touchdown pass from Ethan Cole. 7-7 was the score. A field goal by the Ironman made it 10-7. Will Castro kicked that one through. Second quarter, 6:47 to go. A 9-yard touchdown run by Kyle Beatty made it 17-7. Bradley-Bourbonnais would score again. 5:43 to go second quarter. Luke Allen once again with a touchdown catch. It was 17-14. Marquand Gary had a big night. 21-yard catch. 2:42 to go in the second. That put the Ironmen up 24-14 at halftime. All the scoring in the second half was all Bradley-Bourbonnais. Luke Allen caught a 44-yard touchdown pass with 4 seconds to go in the third. 24-21. And then a field goal by the Boilermakers, a 32-yard field goal with 1:33 to go in the contest. That made it 24-24. Tommy Davis with a 3-yard touchdown run for Normal Community in overtime made it 31-24. And then Kenvante Sutton scored in a 2-yard run. It was 31-30. Coach Mike Cole decides to go for the 2-point conversion. It is no good, and Normal Community hangs on for the win, and the season is still alive for the Ironmen, 31-30. Zach, some more thoughts?
Well, looking into the 7A playoffs here, so next week we'll have Community go to Glenbard East that I spoke on earlier. They have only taken 1 loss this season against a very good program. Then on the other, still on our side of the bracket, we will have 13 Downers Grove North head to number 12 Lincoln Way West. Then looking down the bracket, number 2 Rockton Hononegah is going to have a home game against the number 7 Batavia team. And then number 6 Mount Carmel will be heading to number 3 Quincy. And that is what our Elite 8 looks like for the playoffs.
Yeah, the Caravan heading to Quincy. They'll be right on the river there. Should be a good one in that contest. Well, there's 8 teams left in the 7A field. Normal Community is one of them. They'll play in the quarterfinals against Glenbard East at Glenbard East next week. Hey, we'd like to thank our sponsors real quick before we wind down. Clemens & Associates, ISU Auto House, Paul Davis Restoration, ISU Credit Union, Country Financial, Matt Potts, Heartland Bank, Heller Ford of El Paso, and Pontiac, IAA Credit Union, Starcrest, Laundry Bins, Fox Pest Control. I'd like to thank all of them for bringing you Ironman football here in 2023. And our biggest thanks to the Friends of Ironman Football who put our live stream on the air tonight. Normal Community off to the quarterfinals for the first time since 2015. Boy, it came right down to the wire. Tip your cap. Great job from Bradley-Bourbonnais tonight. Our final score tonight, 31-30. Couple people we want to thank. First of all, Mr. Brad Bovenkirk running the camera tonight. Bella Green was our executive producer. Thank you to her. BJ Dumas and Zach Knox Doyle had the color analysis. Normal Community, 31.